Booth ready? We're good? Well, good morning. Welcome to round two. It's a cold morning out there. I hope you bundled up today. This is the workshop portion of the council meeting. The regular meeting starts at 10 o'clock. This morning on the agenda, we have an accommodations tax presentation, a discussion with Cornerstone Public Affairs, and then our communications and creative services update. I don't think there are any preambles here. Brooke, are you leading this conversation? Okay, great.
All right, so presenting ATAX accommodations recommendations by the committee this morning. Previous awards are on the left. The full request is kind of in that middle, and then the committee recommendations are on the end.
Council, have you had a chance to look at these numbers? Are there any adjustments, suggestions, requests?
I will add that all nonprofits are in good standing with the Secretary of State. 990s have been filed. They have been reviewed. I've conducted audits monitoring on their expenses, and any cuts are the result of those audits. And Ms. Mary Henry can speak if you have any questions on the committee recommendations.
Do you perhaps have a written copy of that handy? A printed copy of that?
I do, yes, sir.
I mean, an extra one is what I'm saying.
I have an extra one. Here's
Do
mine.
that. We're good? Thank you. It'll take me a while to catch up.
Okay.
So with the new policies in place from last year where people needed to provide receipt of showing what they spent their money on if they received that from the city, was that successful?
Yes,
And
most of
you're
them.
saying that you made some adjustments this year based on,
I didn't. The committee
Okay.
I provided
Great.
the information, and
Thanks.
the committee made recommendations based on that. So yes, anyone that was not cut provided great expenditures. What was in their application is what they provided receipts and invoices and copies of checks on.
I gave away my copy. It looks like there's $1.6 million in requests and $794,000 in grants to nonprofit groups for cultural arts events, sporting events, that sort of thing. Are there new events this year?
The Champion Autism Network came back for funding. They're planning a golf tournament. South by Southeast is back with an application. They want to bring back their arts programming at the train depot.
And South by Southeast is the organization that provides instruments and whatnot for the children.
And then the Chanticleer Athletic Foundation has a country concert series that they put in for, and the Fan First Entertainment, which is the Savannah Bananas party animals game that they're bringing to Conway. Anything else I missed? Okay.
Questions, Council?
Because I know in the past we've had some organizations that not necessarily their event went through because of weather or for whatever reason and stuff like that. Did we have any issues this year with any of these
The
current ones?
Grand Strand Bicycle Club did not have their event, so they paid their funding back. That is why there is a dash or a zero in their awards for this year, for last year.
Okay.
Because they paid that back.
Anybody else? Mary, do you want to add anything?
No, after our long meeting last year that we brought up a lot of the things that where the committees really weren't audited this year, I want to thank Brooke for what she has been doing to follow up on where the money has gone, the receipts that haven't been turned in or did not match what the grant applications were for. Where we cut back a little bit on 3 or 4 of the people was because their documentation when we met in October was not complete or did not match their applications. Since then, and Brooke can tell you, we have had some documentation sent in to her, and that one may be adjusted a little bit if you like, but part of what we did is because it is important that their documentation match their application and their events are held.
Well, we thank you and the committee for going through all of that with 43 groups. That's a lot.
I'll also add, the Southeast Atlantic Shrine Association did turn in their documentation after the second committee meeting, and so did the Keepers Foundation.
So one other question, for some of these events might be outside of the city. And so what is the, and Mary, you might be able to answer this, what was the decision for the committee to fund those events? Is it because they are advertising people to stay in the city of Myrtle Beach, or?
I think the long-standing reasoning is that Conway doesn't have the accommodations that Myrtle Beach does. So when they bring in the big crowds, it's kind of forcing people to come to the city of Myrtle Beach and stay there.
Help me, where on here is the CCU country music concert?
It is up at the top, CAF. I
Country
abbreviated
Concert
it.
Series, there we go.
As of the committee meeting, they did not have a contract signed, so that is why the funding. I've also not heard of a contract being signed for them to actually hold that event.
Did the committee allocate all of the available monies minus whatever the city will receive as part of its accommodations tax allotment?
Michelle allotted $850 this year.
And you're spending $794? So we actually have a little money.
Yes, there were a couple cut back.
There was no contract for the country music festival
Sure.
at Coastal, and I had heartburn over that, you know, because you don't bring in a major artist and ask for the kind of money with that kind of event without having a contract. They really didn't even have a producer at the time that was nailed down. I don't even know if they do yet. The Savannah Banana organization, they did have nailed down at the time, so we went with that. But
If the concert doesn't materialize, again, we either don't grant the money or we get the money back.
that is what Brooke suggested, that
Yes.
we would not give them, if there was a stipulation in that we would not fund at all if the concert didn't happen, but we did give a little in the event that it did.
So they're asking for, is this, let me make sure I understand, they're asking for this concert to be at Coastal
At the baseball stadium, from my understanding.
instead of here?
Yes.
Yeah, it's at Coastal's baseball
Yes, it
stadium,
would
it's
be
not
at,
our
I
baseball.
believe at the baseball stadium or the football field.
Thank you.
So 850 allotted, 794 recommended, $56,000 that could be
And you could
added to some.
You could adjust SASSA, since they have gotten their documentation in, and Keepers Foundation that did get their documentation in. They do the International Festival that is back by Chapin Library, and the Jerk Festival that has been held on Broadway Street. I don't know that that's where they're planning on doing it this year, though. They had talked about another location.
Does SATS, we granted 40,000 last year, the recommendation was 20,000 this year. They've provided the documentation. Do they need the 40,000?
They have asked for 40 upwards for years and years and years.
They asked for 99,
Yeah. Well, they've asked for that. They've only been given.
40.
And I know that you know this, but when I started on ATAX, we had about 20 applicants. Now we have, as you said, 43, 44. And we've kept the pie at about the same level. It's just cut in a lot more pieces.
Just philosophically, is it possible to increase the size of the pie?
If you want to give us more money, we can probably spend more money and they will happily take it. You've seen the request for 1.6, 1.7
Sure.
million, and we'll be glad to hand it out, but
We're granting the city $7 million.
which goes to public safety and beach renourishment and some of the bond referendums that we do.
Yes, ma'am. Are there any suggestions for adjustments, council?
Not at this time, I don't have any.
Yeah, I would suggest we move forward with this right now, and if there are any earth-shaking down the road in the next week or two, we can engage.
Well, this is on the agenda to vote on today.
I got it. That's why I say move forward today with this.
Okay. I would suggest that we could potentially increase the Shriners a little bit.
I would prefer to, before we go with the regular session of council meeting, we continue this to have more time to discuss this, and there may be some changes that I might want to see, look at later. And I'm just not prepared to vote on this particular item today.
This is last year's money, this is last fiscal year's money?
Yes.
Yes. So this is something that those events which are coming up, is there anything next month? But those events that are coming up near term, I know there are events in March, are anticipating being able to have access to some of this money sooner rather than later.
I do have some events calling, asking when they will get their award.
At the pleasure of council, we can do it today or we can continue it. Do you have a preference?
I don't care. If Mr. Lytle want to continue, that's fine with me. I just got one quick question, Mayor, is how many organizations outside the city are we funding?
Or events.
Or how many events are we funding outside the city?
I believe it's just the Chanticleer Athletic Foundation events.
So there's two,
Year all three have funding,
three.
yes.
Only thing
And, excuse me, some of the sports teams use fields in addition to our fields up in North Myrtle Beach too. But many of the organizations do apply for ATAX funding in North Myrtle Beach and in the county and Surfside for that matter. But just so that it's clear that it's not, they may use other fields than just ours too.
I just hope that you guys looked at also making sure that those organizations, I have a little heartburn, but at the same time, I understand Conway don't have the hotels that Myrtle Beach does. But I think if we open this gate up, you're gonna get more organizations applying for funds from the city. I wanna make sure they're applying and I hadn't looked at the applications, but I'm sure y'all did. Are they applying for funding also in Horry County and Conway and North Myrtle Beach? I just want to make sure it's fair for the city. You know, if they're applying for
Yes.
funding here, I want to make sure they're applying other places also.
There's spots on the application where they're supposed to be putting in where they're applying for funds, like whether it is Horry County or North Myrtle Beach, and how much they're getting for that year.
Would they know necessarily how much
Probably
they're
not.
getting?
Well, it's for previous years, so it'd
Okay.
be what you awarded last year.
Based upon the long meeting that we had last year, when some of the suggestions were made about what we would redo, Michelle and I redid the application. And there are now specific line items that ask where you're getting funding in addition to the city of Myrtle Beach. So that is on the front of the application, so we have that information.
the level of work you folks have put into this certainly elevates my confidence in that these funds are going in the direction we would like for them to go. But again, a 2-week delay at Mr. Louder's request, I have absolutely no problem with.
That's fine. I have a couple of things that I would recommend an adjustment on.
Sure.
And I would also ask that you talk about the $7 million that is granted to the city under this proposal.
So the 7 million comes from, after everything, the grants and all of the sports tourism, the outfall, the beach nourishment, and the convention center, that total comes from the total I get from Michelle. So that's just what's left, the difference of everything.
Looks like our best investment here is our sports tourism department. As much activity, looking at those reports, as much as they are generating in our city, and we're only funding them at $50,000.
That's the reason why I think we should have a little bit more time
That's
to
fine.
go over this and then vote on it without. It's like another thing that we do just like that. There's always someone with an idea about maybe not so much here, maybe more here. Maybe we need to do this, maybe we don't need to do that. So that's why I think we need this. This would be a time to really discuss this would be at our, if we take time at a part of our workshop on the first Tuesday. So we're going to talk about this a little more in detail.
Okay, that's fine. The 7 million includes 50,000 for the sports tourism department, 392 for the 4th Avenue outfall project. So that's debt service, I'm assuming, on the 4th Avenue outfall project. 383 for the 2007 beach renourishment. There's no funding for beach monitoring? Are we paying for that?
It's all included in that Myrtle Beach Public Safety and Tourism Services with the 7 million. So all of
Okay.
that was just kind of combined.
So convention center marketing, $550,000. Waterfront patrol and beach monitoring got rolled into Myrtle Beach Public Safety and Tourism Services for $7,024,000. Other questions?
Just a guess if we could have, and what is your feeling about the accommodations tax revenue stream for next fiscal year? Anybody venture to guess on that? I know Michelle's not here, but she.
Jimmy Gray is here. I see you, Jimmy Gray.
Yeah, at the top of the page, the FY '23-24 total was 10.5 million. 24-25 dropped down to 9 million or 9.1 million, so we lost about 1.4 million from that year. This year, we're up about 100,000, so 9.2 million this year, but that's 1.3 million below 2 years ago.
And again, my concern is our patron, our tourism visitor may be affected by this macroeconomy we're now engaged in that's, if not flat, just food for thought.
That FY '23-24 year would have been for the previous funding at the height of coming out of the pandemic and vacationing. And
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
I got one thing for council. If you guys could take a look, it appears that this is going to be continued.
Sure.
So take a look. In the years past, we've had conflicts of interest. I think we're good this year, but if you could look and see if there's a conflict, if any of you have a conflict, we can let me know. We can account for that.
If any of council has a comment.
Yes, council has, I'm sorry, city council.
Yeah, if council has, and we can vote on those items separately.
Right, that's what we do, is we pull them out and we vote on them separately, and the member who has a conflict recuses themselves from that one particular vote. But you can just go through that between now and, I guess, 2 weeks, and let us know. Otherwise, we're just gonna roll with what we have out there.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mary.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
The city is in the process of looking for representation in Columbia to help with our communication efforts with the lawmakers who serve there. We are searching for a lobbying firm, just to put it plainly. Debbie and I spent a day last week in Columbia meeting with our legislators talking with the municipal association. It was actually a municipal association day-long meeting, an enjoyable event. We had a chance to run over to the House and talk to some senators in the House and House of Representative members as well. This morning, we have Daniel Bone and Mark Harmon, who are here from Cornerstone, and would ask to come chat with us a little bit. I don't know that you've got a presentation necessarily, but I forwarded to council what you sent to us in terms of your background, but if you'll tell us a little bit about yourselves, and we'll see if council has any questions.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council. Thank you for having us here today. As you mentioned, my name's Daniel Bone. This is Mark Harmon. We're with Cornerstone. I believe we were invited to submit a proposal, which I believe you have. So we just wanted to talk to you a little bit about ourselves, what we do, and obviously answer any questions that you may have. So first I want to talk about our firm, Cornerstone, because they're new to South Carolina. About a year and a half ago, they sought out to open a South Carolina office. They're a DC-based lobbying firm that also has a public affairs arm, but are also now in 15 states. South Carolina was the 13th state. It operates a little bit differently. It's very much based on the team concept, the team approach. And so what that means is we have over 200 people in the organization, and they're all there to ensure that every member of the firm, including Mark and I, are successful. So that's an important part. So a year and a half ago, they asked me to start the South Carolina office. My background, I'm an attorney by training, but I spent over a decade working for the South Carolina House of Representatives with the Ways and Means Committee. And for those that don't know, the Ways and Means Committee, of course, does the state budget every year, but also does, tax policy, fiscal policy, legislation through the committee. So I eventually started as an analyst and eventually rose to budget director and chief of staff, served 4 chairmen as chief of staff on the committee, including the current speaker, Myrtle Smith, and the current chairman, Bruce Bannister. So Cornerstone came calling. I wasn't looking to leave, but because of that different model and how they do business, I thought it was an attractive offer. So I decided to join Cornerstone at that time. And a few months later, we hired Mark Harmon.
Yeah, just briefly, Mark Harmon, got my start in legislative work with the state Senate. So I spent about 10 years, thank you, Ms. Martin, 10 years with, in one form or another with Senator Harvey Peeler, initially as his role as majority leader of the Senate from 2006 until about 2014. So about 9-10 years working with him. And then, so part of that time I worked with the Senate caucus on the outside doing, public campaigns, third-party expenditures, trying to help, raise the profile of the caucus and also kind of helping to formulate our agenda. So whether that be, reducing taxes, helping, to help, bring South Carolina more in line competitively with our neighboring states, a bit of everything. So kind of got to touch a lot of different aspects of state government working in those roles. Subsequently left to go work for the State Chamber of Commerce as the vice president of their government affairs shop. So from 2015 to 2018 in that role. And then subsequently to that, ended up going out into the contract world. So what Daniel and I do now is considered contract lobbying. We have multiple clients. We represent a variety of interests. In this case, we have no municipal clients. Mayor's asked the question before. But, because we have to kind of keep our lanes separate, no conflicts. So we have a number of different clients, education, energy, et cetera. It's all available publicly on the ethics website, but we can certainly have those conversations. But yes, so I've been in that role. I've been in lobbying, as generally speaking, since 2015 was my first year. So I've had a lot of experience, both inside and outside, and as it pertains to lobbying, and feel good bit of track record that we can speak to, you know, as needed. But, you know, have a lot of experience to help that we think we can bring to the city. I guess, well, open to questions if whatever you feel is appropriate.
Anybody?
Did I hear you correctly that you do not have any municipal clients in the state right now?
Correct, yes, sir. Yeah, that's correct.
What do you think you bring?
Counties, for that matter.
Or counties.
Yeah.
So there's no conflict, certainly,
Yes, sir.
with another town. What do you think you bring to the table, gentlemen?
Well, I mean, I think we bring experience in how to get things done on the Capitol complex. I think we bring experience both on the House and Senate side. You know, both of us about a decade and a half there, building relationships with leadership, but also the entire membership, because you can't just go to leadership and ask for what you're looking to get achieved. You know, you need support. You need to build your support amongst the whole body from both the House and the Senate. So, you know, I think experience and relationships and understanding the process. You know, it's what you see from the outside and what you see by working on the inside is often very different. And so we have that experience to know those nuances to basically just to get things done.
You know, Daniel hit on it. You know, it is a relationship business. Obviously, having experience and knowing, you know, the ins and outs of the process and, you know, agencies and how they operate and how the legislature kind of runs things is certainly important. But, you know, we do have the relationships based on our history and who we've worked for. It certainly does matter. And I will not to, you know, basically to toot Daniel's horn, you know, being the budget director is not a small thing, and he did it for over a decade, and he knows where, you know, he knows how to find the things in there that most people aren't really sure what they're looking for. So,
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Sure.
Some of our constituents may ask, why do we need a lobbyist? Well, the answer is simply 170 part-time legislators have so much thrown at them. It's just an insurmountable job without some outside influence. Education, I should say, not influence. But my questions would be, in your resume of clients, do you envision any conflict of interest, not just municipality, but is there anything that could be construed as an issue that this body may be in favor of that another client maybe not, and how would you land? I know that's a broad hypothetical, but smart guys like you, I'm sure, think about stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, we take conflict seriously personally, and we take conflict seriously as a firm, and so.
Daniel, can you step into the microphone a little bit?
Sorry. So, you know, we try to understand everything that our clients want, you know, on the front end, and we tailor our scopes. Our agreement has scope on what our scope of work will be. And so, yeah, so, you know, we make sure that any potential conflicts don't even occur. And if a potential conflict does, then we address it immediately. But it is very important to us because, you know, that goes to our integrity, and we want to be able to, you know, fight for our clients 100% without having to worry about, you know, another client conflicting with that.
Great. And I know you know other gentlemen in your field, but in a perfect world, if Myrtle Beach, North Myrtle Beach, the county, the chamber could present one voice to the legislature, because largely our goals are the same. My question is, do you gentlemen get along with other lobbying interests that could help move a collective ball down the field? That's what I think is important and is often missing in local government. It's not about one, it's about the whole area.
well, I can answer that. Absolutely. I mean, you know, in order to be effective, you know, you obviously have to, you know, have relationships with the legislators, but, you know, a lot of times, you know, you do have to, you know, work out your differences amongst clients that, you know, maybe one entity's representing another, and we, you know, we have to a lot of times are told by the legislators to sit down at the table and work things out. And so we're used to that, but also, I mean, we do have existing relationships that are very strong with a lot of the folks that you referenced, the city of North Myrtle Beach, and the rest of the county and others, and your higher ed institutions as well. Yeah.
Well, for this body, of course, you gentlemen know time is of the essence. I think the House budget will be finished March 31st or whenever.
Ways and Means will be done in the late February, and then full House mid-March. Yeah.
So time is of the essence that we, and again, we all have a special interest in some broad issues, but of course, proviso money, should that return this year in a climate of $2.1 billion in new money, much of it non-recurring, so you know what that means. It'll be a free-for-all. So.
You got it right.
Okay, thank you, and thank you, counsel.
I've got one question. So knowing your firm is a national firm and that you also have folks up in Washington, D.C., if we have a particular project or need that you might see forecasting, hey, this could be something we could take up to D.C. for potential funding there, would you then orchestrate with your DC folks, and then clearly that might be out of the scope of work originally, but something that could happen? That interests me that you have that connection in DC as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, we can both speak to it, but short answer is yes, ma'am. Obviously, we can, if we need to adjust the scope, or if it's something we can handle within the existing scope, we'll certainly try to do that. We have a very strong presence. Both sides of the aisle in D.C., so we were very committed to making sure that we're bipartisan firm in D.C. So we have strong ties both with the current administration, and others in previous. And I believe that would be certainly well received on our end. We would love to be able to help in that way.
And I would just say, just to reiterate, kind of what I reflected on earlier, is we work very closely with the DC office and our other state offices as well. So that line of communication is constantly open. And if we hear of something down here or would talk to you and there's something in DC that we could help on, I mean, we'd be happy to work with them on that. That happens all the time.
I'll say, we mentioned this a lot, but we're the largest lobbying firm not associated with a law firm in D.C. So it's when I say strong, it's very strong, and there are a lot of talented people on our team up there.
I think Debbie was asking, other than the occasional D.C. subject, if you were to be our representatives in D.C., that would be a separate contract?
Well, I mean, again, I think if the scope of work was much greater, then yes, I think we'd have to talk about it separately. Because the scope is really for us to do what you need to do in Columbia, and if we need to look beyond that, certainly would be happy to. And we, obviously, we have very good relationships with our congressional delegation, but getting things done in DC is a little different than it is here, of course.
Imagine that.
Yeah.
With so much surplus, and again, most of it I think is non-recurring at this point, are there areas that are more available in your minds than other areas, areas to which we should look perhaps for something this year?
So I lived the earmark process for many a year as budget surpluses, rose quite a bit to into the billions. And what we've heard, I think both chairmen are on the record that earmarks are on the table. But what they've also said is that nonprofits may be off the table. Now, what is planned versus what the final product would be can change, of course, in that environment. But to me, when I hear that, if nonprofits are off the table, then a large majority of the recipients are going to be municipalities and counties. So I think if earmarks are indeed back and those stipulations are there, then there's going to be a lot of opportunity for cities and counties to make requests for that money.
And can you comment on how briefly you communicate with senior staff or council? I mean, you can't communicate with 7,000 council members, so how do you maintain that level of communication where everyone feels included?
Thank you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, well, we have clients that have kind of a similar, I guess, quantity of people that we have to deal with. So, I mean, we usually try to, if not make kind of not a standing call, but at least on our side of the equation, we usually try to have a regular touch base with everybody that certainly without badgering people that don't want to be, bothered, but, we try to keep it consistent and have a regular touch point with everybody.
Is that every week, every 2 weeks, or as indicated by request?
It's kind of what's agreed upon with the client. Some clients are too busy to have a weekly call, so it's bi-weekly, or, in some cases, depending on the, how much scope of work and how much we're doing, maybe even monthly. But we do have some that are weekly, bi-weekly, but whatever's kind of works best for each client.
What, without calling out your clients that you currently have in South Carolina, what sectors do y'all represent?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't want to leave anybody off, but we do have we have technology, like I guess IT-based type. We have energy clients, education clients. Let's see, what healthcare.
Both K-12 and higher education clients.
Okay.
And I'm sure, and then we also have some just larger companies that don't that kind of cover a gamut, run the gamut on issues. So it's I wouldn't really put them into one pot, but let's say I'd have to go back and look, but. Yeah, that's pretty much.
Well, I guess the point of my question is, I don't want us to sign on to someone that we're going to already have a conflict, or maybe already have thoughts of, we really don't want to go that direction, but they already had these as clients before. So that's why I'm kind of trying to get a feel of what sectors you actually represent currently. So
Nobody that, to my understanding, that has business with the city or receives money from the city, certainly if something were to come up down the road, that, as Daniel mentioned, we take that very seriously and would.
And we can provide you a list.
Yeah, I mean,
of
absolutely.
those clients. And if we had another potential client who we thought may conflict with you guys, if we were able to sign you guys up, then we would consult you with that and talk through that issue.
Yeah, any new client that would even remotely, come into this sphere, we would touch base with you guys ahead of time and have the attorneys look over it.
I don't get the sense that there are conflicts at this point.
No, sir. I mean, no local government of any sort, and I don't think anyone, like I said, that receives funding or any of that from you guys.
Are there synergies that may exist?
I would think so, yes, sir. But I mean, as Councilman Render mentioned, we have close ties, even if we don't work with. But yeah, I do believe that there could be opportunities, yes, sir.
How would you characterize this year's legislative session?
Fast paced for an election year, to be honest with you. Typically, it's over the years you've seen, the filing opens March 16th. Usually it's pretty slow leading up to that, but for some reason it's not this year. A couple of major tax cut bills that are rolling through. One's a homestead exemption tax reduction bill proposed by Senator Beeler on the Senate side, and then the House has an income tax reform bill that would actually reduce the income tax burden of all taxpayers significantly. So both of them are in the hundreds of millions. Yeah, eventually. It's actually dealing with the adjusted gross income versus federal taxable income. But, so yeah, both of them are, have a cost to the state, if you will, in the hundreds of millions of dollars. So those are moving really quickly, and with the House, they have to kind of factor that into the budget earlier than the Senate. Senate's budget will come later, in April. So they've got to take that into account and make sure everything's balanced. And so, yeah, things are rolling really quickly, and we'll, kind of see if that continues.
Any particular personalities down there that,
That person, I don't know.
they're all personalities.
They're all wonderful.
All 170. No, yeah, I think in this business, you have to you try to keep as many people on your good side as possible, and I know we have done our best to do that as well.
Council, anything else?
Let's say that we decide that you're going to be our team leaders. What's the first thing you're going to do after we sign the contract? What's the first thing you're going to do for us?
I think the first thing would be a deep dive on what your goals are.
Okay. That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
We need to know what you want. Yep, that's the main thing.
And will you be frank with us with regard to obtainables versus that's out of here, guys?
I don't think it's in anybody's best interest to sell you a bill of goods. I mean, look, on staff, when I was on staff, my job was to tell the members maybe not what they wanted to hear, but what they needed to hear. So it benefits both sides of the relationship if we're honest with you on your goals and when those are achievable versus if they're not achievable at all.
And we can speak from experience. We have somebody else we're working on something for, right, kind of concurrent. And, we had to kind of tell them to back off because you could potentially do more harm than good for trying to achieve your goals if you're trying to bite off more than you can chew.
So I guess I would say is, part of our job is not just to help you achieve your goals, it's to help you understand what you can achieve as well. So,
What is practicable?
exactly.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We appreciate you coming down from Columbia today. Thanks very much, Mark and Daniel.
Do you want us to stick around for?
Not unless you are
Okay, all right.
genuinely bored, no.
No.
So,
We want to learn, but we also have a timeline.
that's fine. No, thank you very much, gentlemen. Council, is there any other items that you wish to talk about at this point during the workshop time? We've got 20 minutes roughly. All right. We'll take a 18-minute break, 17-minute break here. How's that? Thank you.
The same one. That was not part of this group. Director for environment. We never had a
Group at 10 o'clock.
I just get concerned about that young lady that, you know.
No,
Yeah, especially after the,
Good morning.
I looked at that split.
We'll have to tap the gavel.
Good morning. It's Tuesday, January 27th, 2026. That's hard to believe. Welcome to the Myrtle Beach City Council meeting. If you'll please rise, I believe Councilman Chestnut is going to give our invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
If you wish, you may join City Council in standing for a moment of silent invocation. Almighty God and sustainer of all that is or will ever be, accept our profound gratitude for this day and all the blessings of life and wisdom. We remember those who make our freedom possible and recognize that it's because of their sacrifice that our community can practice our shared and enduring values of expressions of faith, civic duty, and respect for all. Lord, we also pray that you continue to bless our country as we go through these trying times, and pray, Father, that you give our leaders wisdom and knowledge to just step back sometime in situations like what's going on in Minnesota and around the country, that we step back and just feel the human side of this, that it's not, these are lives and these are human beings, and we treat each other with kindness and dignity and respect. Pray for that wisdom, Father. We gather today to render our service in a proper manner to perform our civic duty in good order. Therefore, we solemnly invoke divine wisdom and guidance in this day's meeting. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Again, good morning. Council, do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to continue motion 2026-21 till our first meeting in February.
Second motion.
Any other comments or continuations or amendments to the agenda? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That was Mike Flatter made the motion. Mike Chestnut seconded it. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes from our previous meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Debbie and Bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, on the public request presentations, awards, and memorials, I believe what we have first is the Communications and Creative Services update.
Hey, City Council, Chastity Pendergrass here with your communications update. The chances of winter weather put city crews in prep mode. Parks team members proactively checked around the city for at-risk tree branches in case of ice accumulation. Staff in all departments stocked up on ice melts to use in city parking lots and driveways. We also focused on messaging across all platforms to ensure residents and visitors were informed. Grand Strand Freedom Week celebrated the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. throughout the MLK holiday weekend. All of the events, especially the parade, celebrated unity. The section of Fred Nash Boulevard near Harrelson Boulevard is open. The SCDOT Ride 3 project will decrease traffic in the area and safely connect Harrelson Boulevard to Farrell Parkway for drivers, pedestrians, and cyclists. January is Firefighter Cancer Prevention Month, and the Myrtle Beach Fire Department has been raising money to help our firefighters get cancer screenings. The MBFD raised nearly $10,000 at the charity hockey game against the Coastal Carolina Chanticleers at the Florence Center and will continue to sell t-shirts while supplies last. You can stop by and claim your shirt at the Fire Administration Building off Harrelson Boulevard. Next week, mobilization for beach renourishment in Myrtle Beach begins. Mobilization means that the 67th Avenue North Beach access will be closed for the next 4 months or so for equipment staging. Once crews begin working on the beach, 1,000-foot sections will be closed at a time. You can also follow along on this map provided by the Army Corps of Engineers. This project is fully paid for by the federal government. And backed by popular demand, military banners will once again fly in Myrtle Beach as we celebrate our rich military history. Banners are officially on sale at noon Tuesday, January 27th. Banners will be up May through August along Harrelson Boulevard and Robert Grissom Parkway. You can purchase a banner online at the city's website. Looking ahead, the Myrtle Beach 24-hour endurance run is postponed to February 7th and 8th following the winter weather last weekend. Registration is full, but we encourage you to come out and cheer participants on as they travel around Grand Park Lake. The Oysters and Art Festival will now be Saturday, February 14th. The date was moved due to another winter weather forecast this weekend. The YMCA becomes the newest addition to a growing downtown Myrtle Beach. Members of the Y and the community will celebrate with a ribbon cutting at the new Broadway Street office at 10:30 this Thursday morning. The 21st annual Polar Plunge is this Saturday, January 31st at Sands Ocean Club Resort. Participants can take a dip in the chilly ocean to raise money for the Special Olympics. Registration is available online. That's it for now. Hope you have a great rest of your week.
Thank you very much, Cindy. Do we have any?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I drove the Nash connection the other afternoon, and I would just say to folks that are traveling on Harrelson, want to make that connection onto Nash, pay real close attention to the signs, for directional signs on how you make that change.
I drove that as well. It's a traffic circle with stoplights.
Yeah, I mean, it's not all that bad. You just have to make sure you're paying attention and looking real close for how you get to Nash from there. Because you'll drive right past it if you're not paying attention to the signs.
Do we have any non-agenda items from the public?
Yes, sir. Susie Johnson.
Ms. Johnson?
I'm here as a mother, an upset mother today. I'm a native. And I'm going to read this so I can fit it all in because I only have 3 minutes, so hold on.
Technically, you've got 5 minutes.
Oh, really?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Oh, well, that makes me feel better. Okay. Okay, so first of all, we live on about 60th Avenue North and Ocean Boulevard. Last Thursday, January 22nd, my 17-year-old, while driving home from a friend's house in the vicinity of 61st Avenue North and Kings Highway, dialed 911 at 10:33 p.m. and told the dispatcher he was being chased by a car and that he is driving to the Myrtle Beach Police Department straight there. On the phone with 911, and there's a whole bunch of stuff, terrifying things that happened before that moment. On the phone with 911, he gave play-by-play to the dispatcher as he jumped onto Oak Street, ran a few red lights, as did the car behind him. He gets to the police station parking lot, straight shot down Oak Street to here, and it's empty, completely empty. Runs to the locked lobby door while the people pull in behind him. Bangs loudly while waving his phone. I'm on the phone with 911, still talking to now the Myrtle Beach dispatcher.
So the dispatcher from Myrtle Beach tells him she will call him right back and ends the call at 10:43 p.m. He stood outside the locked lobby door, banging on the door from 10:43 to 10:54, all the while banging with nobody. He watched 2 separate officers walk by the door, didn't give him a second glance, while there was someone sitting on the desk that didn't even look up at him. I'm nauseated thinking about what harm could have come to him in those minutes that he stood out there with no help at the police station. The officers that responded came from the parking lot, not from the building. They did not fill out a report. One pulled up the surveillance camera video from his car, said it's too grainy to make out a license plate, but it was a silver sedan, and yeah, they pulled into the parking space behind you. So that probably was who he was hearing yelling at him. I asked for the 2 officers' cards. Neither one of them had one. They wrote down my name and cell phone number and said, "We'll call you if we hear of anything." To exacerbate this horrific experience, after I left the 911 emergency center, about their 911 part of it, I came and asked to speak with someone. The lady at the front desk, I do have her name, spoke to me like I was a silly, overprotective mother who was wasting everyone's time, and she may as well have rolled her eyes at me. I was not asked to sit down, ushered into a room or a private area. When the officer finally came out, he made me stand there in the middle of the lobby to try to explain to him why I was so upset. I asked multiple questions about normal police protocols. Is it normal protocol to make a 17-year-old terrified teen stand there and bang on the door for 11 minutes with no help? I can't speak to that, ma'am. I was not here, was his answer. Is it normal protocol not to have written and filled out a official police report on the evening of the incident? I cannot speak to that. I was not here. Before I knew the whole story, of course, I got here by 11, a little before 11 from my house. It took me 9 minutes to get here. I praised my son repeatedly at his calm demeanor and told him he did exactly the right thing, but I don't know that he did. This was an emergency, a traumatic event for my son, and it needs to be taken as such. My son drives a very noticeable car, and his pursuers were within less than a block from our home when they heavy pursuit. They followed him from Highway 90. So I don't know that this isn't going to happen again when they see this car, this red car, sports car that stands out. I have no clue what to tell both of my boys, their girlfriends. I have no clue what to tell my friends, my female friends who live outside and have nowhere to go. I don't know what to tell them now. Where do I tell them to go? So that's why I'm coming to you today. What would you, as parents, uncles, aunts, if it were your family, your friend, what would you do? What do you suggest I do? And that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. It sounds like you did the right things. Chief Smith is in the back, and I would ask if you've got the time,
I have time.
please go with Chris Smith there, and we'll try to resolve that. You're welcome. Thank you.
That was it.
Anyone else? Are there any other folks who would like to comment today? We'll move on. We have one item on the consent agenda, Mr. Manager.
Good morning. For this morning's consent agenda, you do have one item for your consideration. That's motion 2026-19, authorizing the city to apply for and accept, if awarded, the school resource officer continuation grant for $216,609 from the South Carolina Department of Public Safety, Highway Safety and Justice Program for the purpose of continuing the SRO program within Myrtle Beach Primary and Myrtle Beach Elementary School for FY 26-27. There is no match for this requirement.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. There's a motion on the table. Are any comments from the public? Any comments from the City Council first? These are 2 of the school resource officers. I believe we have more than just 2. We have a school resource officer in all of the Myrtle Beach area schools?
That is correct.
Yes, thank you. Any comments from the public? Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
So moved.
Any negatives? Approved. On the regular agenda, please, Madam Clerk, ordinance 26-1.
Second reading of ordinance 2026-1.
You got to vote.
Because we had a motion on the floor.
I thought that was a vote. I apologize. I said the wrong thing. Still new at this. All those in favor of the motion to approve the consent agenda as presented, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Second reading of ordinance 2026-1 to amend Article 2, Division 2, Section 2-43 of the Myrtle Beach Code of Ordinances to allow 5 minutes of public comment per person during city council meetings.
Thank you. This is something we approved on first reading the last time. There's another ordinance here to adjust it in other places where it appears in the city code. This simply gives you a little more time than 3 minutes so that you don't feel constrained by the 3-minute time period. We have 2 items on the agenda where the public has a chance to speak, one at the beginning, one at the end. I don't know that anybody has ever signed up at the end to speak, but that's another time period that does exist should we have enough people to fill the first block. Do we have a motion to approve this as second reading?
Moved. Second.
Bill and Mike. Any comments from the public? I'm sorry, any comments from City Council? I'm looking at City Council and saying the wrong thing. City Council.
Mr. Mayor, is there any reason without, with, say, unanimous consent, we can extend that 5 should something really germane come before us? In the past, we just said, okay, but there's no constraint, is what I'm saying.
No.
It can be extended at council's desire.
Yeah.
With the majority.
I believe the
vote.
next
think
one
majority
speaks
vote.
to that
question.
and
Okay.
can make a motion
Great.
to extend, so
Thank
yes. So, any comments from the public?
Good morning. I think one of the reasons, Alex Fogel, one of the reasons I think there may not be any comments later is because the sheet's taken away and not returned. The sign-up sheet.
Good point. We can put the sheet back out. So. Any other comments from the public? All those in favor of the motion for second reading of 26-1, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. Jennifer, 26-2, which continues, no, this is the Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee, I'm sorry, 26-2.
Second reading of ordinance 2026-2 to amend Article 5, Division 1, Section 2-172 of the Myrtle Beach Code of Ordinances to rename and expand the scope of the Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee to the Bicycle, Pedestrian, and Traffic Advisory Committee, and to place it under the guidance of the Parks, Recreation, and Sports Tourism Department.
Thank you. Do we have a motion from council to put this before us?
So moved. Second.
Debbie and Jackie. Any council discussion? I did hear from the chair of the committee that they're making great progress. The planning the planning department and Parks and Recreation departments have begun to talk about this, begun to make the transition, and they're working in this direction. I don't see Tom here today. I don't think Tom Russo is here today, but they are making progress. Any comments from the public? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Now, first reading of ordinance 26-3 will change the time when newly elected city council members take office. Between the election this fall, last fall, and early January, we had a little more than 2 months. And this will speed that process up so that the election results are implemented at that first meeting in December. Jennifer?
First reading of ordinance 2026-3 to amend Chapter 7, Elections, Section 7-6, the Myrtle Beach Code of Ordinances to change when newly elected officers take office from January to December.
So instead of the first meeting in January, it becomes the first meeting in December. Do I have a motion?
Approve. Second.
Any discussion from city council?
Just a question, Mayor, and I've probably seen this somewhere, but how would we handle if there's
Runoff?
Protest or,
an unsettled result that
Yeah.
extends beyond the runoff itself. There's something going on in Columbia at this point as well, but Fox?
The code section for Mr. Chestnut is 7.6 is B. It says, if the results of the election are contested, the incumbent who fills the contested office shall hold over until the contest is finally determined.
And I believe there's something before the General Assembly right now that would flip that. It would make the incoming person, give that incoming person the seat until it's resolved, I think. I think they're.
I have to research that.
Yeah, I think they're debating that right now
Not
in
aware
Columbia.
there's a bill down there.
Good question.
yeah. Anyway,
Any comments from the public? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. We've got an annexation, Jennifer, 26-4, please.
First reading of ordinance 2026-4 to annex 0.86 acres off of Professional Drive, PIN number 420-1402-0008, and to rezone from Horry County OPI, Office Professional Institutional, to MP, Medical Professional.
Good morning. Just to ground you, this is located between Oleander and Robert M. Grissom along Professional Drive. Currently, it is Horry County OPI, and it would be brought into the city as medical professional. This is to construct an office building. This is a required annexation due to our sewer and water policy. Happy to answer any questions.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion from city council?
Who's the second? Who's the second?
Jackie.
I did.
Any discussion from the public? All those in favor of this annexation, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Make sure I'm on track here. Another annexation, please, Jennifer, 26-5.
First reading of ordinance 2026-5 to annex 1.02 acres off of 21st Avenue North, PIN number 42505010008, and to rezone the property from Horry County Amusement Commercial AC to Myrtle Beach Entertainment E.
Again, this is the corner parcel located on 21st and Highway 17 bypass. This is the old Kangaroo gas station.
Do we have a motion from council?
So moved.
Do we have a second? Debbie and Jackie.
So the old Kangaroo gas station on the corner would be brought in from Horry County AC to E with the city of Myrtle Beach to help facilitate the development of the surf park. Happy to answer any questions.
Any discussion from council?
This is going to be part of the surf park?
This is on the corner where the Palace Theater used to be. There was a gas station out in front of the Palace Theater. That gas station was a donut hole, or until today, it will have been a donut hole.
And so this is part of accommodating potentially the surf park?
Correct.
Okay.
But getting rid of a donut hole.
Correct.
Yes.
Complicated.
Any other comments from council? Any comments from the public on this annexation? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. All right. Ordinance 26-6.
First reading of ordinance 2026-6 to amend section 1407C and 1501RR of the Myrtle Beach Code of Ordinances, Appendix A, zoning, to allow drive-through restaurants as a conditional use in the MUM district along Robert M. Grissom Parkway.
Is there a motion to discuss this?
So moved.
Debbie?
second.
And Mike Chestnut? Any comments from city council?
Let's see what this is.
Cameron?
So the requested text amendment, currently drive-throughs are allowed in the MUM, but the condition is that they are only located along Kings Highway. At this point, the applicant has requested to add this to Robert M. Grissom with the stipulation that the order point is no less than 400 feet airline measurement to the closest single-family residentially zoned property. provided a map here to show all of the blue parcels that you see would be subject to these conditions. There's approximately 6 parcels along Robert M. Grissom that would qualify for this. Happy to answer any other questions.
So you said 400 foot from the first residential?
Residentially zoned property.
And that would be the minimum.
Yes.
Would there be what would be a distance like from Robert Grissom Parkway to where the actual order would take place?
It would depend on the site layout and design of the building.
And the planning commission voted in favor of this?
Yes, sir.
Did the planning commission have any concerns when they discussed this?
There were some initial questions about just the language, and we cleaned that up during the planning commission process. When we were doing our research for this one, the APA, the American Planning Association's guidelines are 40 feet for an order point, so the applicant's request is 10 times higher than what the APA suggested, so planning commission felt comfortable with that.
Grissom Parkway was not originally included in the allowance for drive-throughs because it was viewed as a limited access parkway?
Yes, to my understanding, although drive-throughs in other capacities are allowed along Grissom, including pharmacies, banks, and the lot, so this does feel in line with what's already occurring there.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from council? Any comments from the public? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion passes.
Thank you all. Have a good morning.
Thanks, Cameron.
Thank you.
Jennifer, Resolution 26-3, which amends Resolution 2018-9.
We skipped an ordinance, though.
We skip one?
Yeah.
2026-7.
7.
Oh, I checked the wrong box. Sorry, thank you. First reading of 26-7.
First reading of ordinance 2026-7, approving the execution and amendment to reciprocal lease agreement between the City of Myrtle Beach as leaseor, Myrtle Beach National LLC as leasee, and Sea Captain's House Development LLC regarding parking spaces on 29th Avenue North.
Do you have a motion for discussion?
So moved.
I'm sorry, Dr. Render was the first and Mike was the second?
Yes, sir.
Amy?
Good morning. So I'm going to rewind us a little bit. This item, actually, some council members may remember. Some of you were not here at the time, so I'll give you just a little bit of background. About a year ago, council approved a lease with Sea Captain's House Development and Myrtle Beach National of 3 public parking spaces located on 29th Avenue North. Part of that agreement required those entities to construct 3 substitute public parking spaces on 29th Avenue North in some unused right-of-way, and also called for a few other upgrades, changes to the right-of-way area. One of the things contemplated by the lease was that the kind of, I just call it the zigzag sidewalk you see there they would attempt to reroute it. The construction of the 3 new spaces, which you see overlaid on there in the white, was able to be completed, but because of the way the site is configured, they could not reroute that sidewalk. There's electrical utilities and a transformer in the way, and there are also some issues with the grade, the way it runs down to the street. So the item before you is to make the small amendment to the lease to remove that requirement that they reroute that sidewalk. So what you see here would be substituted as Exhibit A, the site plan to the lease agreement. For posterity, this is what actually was able to occur. We also are suggesting one more revision to the lease that would actually amend the amendment provision to provide that if there are in the future, any reason to amend this lease, that the city manager is authorized to make those amendments without council having to come back to council, so long as the amendment does not extend the lease term or alter the rent due under the lease. So kind of more technical things we would let the city manager take care of if that is council's.
essentially, we can have either the sidewalk or the 3 extra parking spaces, but we can't have both.
Yeah, you could always have the 3 extra parking spaces, I'll put it that way. The sidewalk there, you just could not, and it's the sidewalk actually, if you're looking at it, to the right of where the new spaces are, across the driveway. So you can see how the sidewalk comes and then comes down currently. They were hoping they could change that, and they could not.
Any discussion from council?
Let me just be sure, we still keep 3 parking places?
Absolutely,
regardless.
that's done, yes, correct.
Okay, and it's just, we can't do anything with the sidewalk, we gotta live with it, let's move on, basically?
That's it.
Okay,
That's it,
thank
yes,
you.
sir.
Thank you.
These are, at the end of the day, city parking spaces, or they're
The 3 new.
Starbucks parking spaces?
Correct. The 3 new parking spaces are city metered spaces. Over there in the end, you'll see the sign see the little Starbucks parking premises. Those are the 3 spaces that are now signed for the Starbucks.
Are meters in place already?
I am not sure. Do you know? I think they are. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other discussion from council? Any discussion from the public? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Now, Resolution 26-3, amending 18-9.
Resolution 2026-3 to amend Resolution 2018-9, meeting access and decorum policy for all council meetings and meetings of city boards, commissions, and advisory boards.
The ordinance that we've approved on second reading today, granting 5 minutes of public comment here, both for non-agenda items and agenda items, is supplemented by a resolution which previously limited public comment at our other boards and commissions meetings to 3 minutes. So this would revise that so that the public has 5 minutes of public comment in the other boards and commissions that the city operates. Is there a motion from council to discuss?
Moved.
Second.
Bill and Dr. Ender. Is there any council discussion?
Mayor, I would ask, does the chair have or the committee can decide if there's some extenuating circumstances where somebody go beyond 5 minutes to allow extra time?
I believe it's probably with the approval of the committee that they
Okay.
can do that, yes. They can extend the time with the approval of the committee.
Mayor, this also addresses the concerns that council had at the last meeting, where it does not require the name and the address of the person to be at the microphone, but it does require it on the sign-up sheet.
It does, but it does require that they say they are city residents.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes.
Which means you actually live in the corporate city limits of Myrtle Beach.
Yes.
If they, no.
I'm sorry, what?
Say again, Mike, please.
But you actually, when you say that you're a resident of Myrtle Beach, that you actually live in the corporate city limits of Myrtle Beach.
Yes.
To the best of their knowledge. To the best of their knowledge.
Yeah, to the best of their knowledge.
There's a lot of people don't know that.
On page 3, the last bullet, video presentations requested by citizens as visual aids may not be broadcast. There's a strike-through that says over cable television due to technological challenges. I'm assuming that's what that is, and it may be video presentations provided by citizens instead of requested by citizens.
Doing it over cable television? We broadcasting over cable
It
television?
did, I think it just gives the public a notice that we may not be able to broadcast your particular video presentation that you have provided to us for technical reasons. But I would change requested to provided.
Correct.
Okay. And then to Councilman Chestnut's original comments from the first meeting of the year, the presiding officer will identify disruptive behavior, warn the speaker, and request for the disruptive behavior to stop. So this does allow for brief clapping and booing if you don't like what we do, or if you do like what we do, but there certainly is a limit to the disruptive behavior that remains in this resolution. Any other comments from City Council? Any comments from the public? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Madam Clerk, Resolution 2026-4.
Resolution 2026-4, authorizing the purchase, excuse me, of a portion of PIN 42416040048 to maintain access to the city services building.
Good morning, Mayor, members of council. Just a little bit of background. Again, new mayor, new council makeup. We discussed this with council several months ago, but just as a recap, you'll see on the screen that blue parcel is the parcel in question. As you can see from that, we today at City Services use a 0.35 acres of the blue parcel, which belongs to Burroughs and Chapin, Myrtle Beach Farms. We use that for city employee parking. We use that to access the City Services building from 10th Avenue, and we have used that for some period of time. In the original downtown master plan, it was a new facility imagined where City Services is now, the new law enforcement center, the new parking garage. When that was envisioned, the idea was we would restrict our use of property to our property and not continue to use Burroughs and Chapin's property here. Last year, when we decided to adjust the plan, renovate City Services, we had to figure out what to do here. And so the solution was to acquire this, again, 0.35 acres to allow to maintain access to City Services and to maintain access to the parking lot. We've continued down that path, and we are at the point where we are ready to finalize that transaction. We are beginning probably in the next 30 days to begin the renovations of the City Services parking lot to formalize that parking lot. If you drive back behind City Services now, it's an unimproved dirt mud hole most of the time, unless it's dry, which is then dust producing and whips things around there. So obviously we would rather upgrade that drive and maintain the aesthetic around City Services to match with the parking lot. Again, to do that, we need to finalize this transaction. Again, when we spoke to council several months ago, we talked through the valuation of the parcel. We have had appraisals done over the last year on a couple of parcels in that immediate area. Council was comfortable at that time proceeding using that valuation, which is essentially $6.90 per square foot, which is how we work out the math of 0.35 acres for roughly $106,000. Happy to talk about anything in particular or answer any questions.
Just for reference purposes, the big white building is the City Services building.
Yes.
The little adjacent blue section, a piece of the adjacent blue section right abutting the big white building is the property that we're talking about. It's not the whole blue section.
Correct. Just that portion that we use today. We have it marked and cornered if you'd like to go out there and see it firsthand. But as you can see from that, that blue parcel butts up against the backside of City Services, and there's not a lot of wiggle room there in between Burroughs and Chapin or Myrtle Beach Farms property line and the back of our building. So it is essential that we maintain access.
Is there a motion to approve?
I have a question first.
Yes, sir.
So round figures, this is $7 a square foot.
Let's get a motion on the table, Bill. Okay.
So moved.
Second.
Mike Chestnut, second. Okay, Bill?
Now it's your turn.
I'll continue.
Okay.
So we're paying $7 a square foot for this, and I'm assuming that's within the normal range of, given that it's a parking lot.
Yes, sir.
Do we have an estimate now that, you know, if we purchase this, what is it gonna cost us to improve it so it's actually usable? I've been back there, and you,
We have not, I don't have off the top of my head, I don't know the number of this portion of it broken out in the larger project. I mean, it's been included in the overall project, so I don't have this particular section broken out.
So the improvement will start in about 30 days when the parking lot improvement begins.
Yes,
okay, all right. Could you repeat the cost?
Purchase price? I mean, the exact cost is $105,991.90.
And just out of curiosity, Burroughs and Chapin has allowed us to use it through the goodness of their heart for these many years?
We don't know.
Okay.
Is the honest answer to the question. It is one of those conditions that just has existed. Our use of that property certainly predates me and probably predates most of staff.
Predates me.
Yep.
Say.
It came up in a couple of ways. Myrtle Beach Farms was renewing the lease for their tenant there. We were revising our plans away from the new law enforcement center on this location, and through both of those conversations, we both realized that we were using a property that wasn't technically ours, and they had been historically okay with it. But I think before we improve that property, it would be in our best interest to be the owner of that property.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Any other comments from council?
Yeah, Brian, that parcel has obvious plottage value for the city. Is there a single owner for the property just north?
Across 10th Avenue?
Yeah, heading toward the law enforcement center.
Robert Shelley.
Where the old warehouse sits, I guess we used to call it.
Well, the old warehouse is Burroughs and Chapin. Mr. Shelley owns the upholstery shop, and then I think Burroughs and Chapin own the other piece there also.
Okay, thank you.
But they own most everything except for Mr. Shelley and the building.
I think the Historic Colored School used to sit on that farthest piece, and in the land swap, they got ownership of that while we got ownership of the new school site. Any comments from the public?
Just a question for Brian here. The distributor there with that building, is their parking affected by this at all? No. Okay.
Actually, to that point, we were able to work through with Burroughs and Chapin exactly how access would be able to be maintained. So we have a curb cut in that new drive aisle that allow them maybe even better access.
Any other comments from the public? Council? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Make sure I stay on track here. All right, motion 2026-20, beach access signage. Meredith, is that you?
Well, Meredith is coming up. I'd recognize Chairman Steve Taylor's in the audience. This went to the Beach Advisory Committee last Wednesday, and they approved it. So what you're about to see has the blessing of the Beach Advisory Committee.
Hello.
Hello.
More than welcome to come up, Steve, if you want.
A great tall model for these. All right, here we go. Come on down, Steve. All right, everyone. So these are our proposals for the city's new beach signage at all of our beach accesses in Myrtle Beach. As we've discussed before, we did start these designs last year to get things going in recognition that our signs were looking a bit tired and faded, and it seems like council and the mayor agrees. So this is what a local company, the Marketing Depot, a graphic designer there, designed these. They are based off of some designs that we explored throughout Florida that looked very nice, and they're also all comprehensive, covering everything that is, of course, of utmost importance, including safety. One of my personal favorites on here that we included, thank you, Mitch, is a actual image of how to swim out of a rip current. You know, a lot of people that come from states that are not coastal,
you hear how to swim out of a rip current, but it doesn't actually register until you see, oh, swim parallel to shore, or just float it out and then swim parallel to shore. So we included a whole section on how to swim out of a rip current. Also, some of our changes since Beach Advisory, presenting to Beach Advisory last week, included adding sand to this image to show where the, excuse me, I got to stand close to the mic here. Wasn't trying to invade your space, Steve. But to actually show where you are in comparison to the beach. We included what the flags actually mean. So you'll see this part here, swim and wade at your own risk. We also include when lifeguards are on duty. When we created these signs, they were in partnership with our beach patrol, Kevin Lark, Mitch with Ocean Rescue, and also Will and Amy to have the legal side of things. So you'll see one sign is totally dedicated to safety. And something new that we recommend, and I've spoken with Travis Glatke, our emergency manager, about this, is adding, and this also came from something that South Walton County does in Florida, is the ability to, for free, texting a certain number, you text like safety to a number 6325, and it's a free service, and every day at the same time you get the surf conditions and also the current flag conditions. And you can easily unsubscribe as well. So it just lets anyone know, whether you're a fisherman, a beach goer, a surfer, what our conditions are for the day. And it's just an enhanced safety feature to help people stay more informed. It's tech savvy, and again, just another way to make things easy for people that want to access the beach. So that pretty much covers the safety side. Any questions about the safety sign?
I have a couple of questions, but I'll wait until you talk about the other side.
Okay, now I'm going to move over to beach rules. They are two separate signs that will stand individually next to each other. And the reason for that from Mitch and Kevin is we wanted to avoid any large projectiles should we get a hurricane or another big storm. So that's why we axed the other sizes that you guys saw at the last meeting, the other two options, and went with this. And how they'll stand is actually there will be a post in the middle, and you'll have to print two signs so that you have one in the front, should council choose, and then one in the back so that they're double-sided. Or it would, of course, be more cost to do so. Or if you want to go a lesser cost, then they'll be one-sided. That's something for you guys to choose. So on the beach rules side, we have, this is from the police department and the fire department, some of our most asked about rules, beach rules throughout the beach. So we have about not leaving trash. We address no driving operating motorized vehicles, no alcohol, no litter, etc., no bonfires, swimming away from the pier, things like that. Something new that we don't have on our signs is sea turtles, what to do if you find a sea turtle nest. People are always asking about those. You know, Myrtle Beach is a popular place for sea turtles to nest throughout the season. So that tells people what to do should they find them. And also at the bottom, we'll provide a QR code to go directly to the city's website where we'll talk more in depth. We already have a more in-depth web page addressing our beach rules if people have more questions. And we'll also have a link directly to our ordinances there. I don't think people at the beach want to read through all of our ordinances, but just in case, we have it there. And then we'll provide a direct link of these signs translated for what I'll say are our three most popular non-English languages. So we have Spanish and Portuguese, and that's from Horry County Schools. Those are actually the top two non-English languages spoken in our school systems. And then French, which according to the Chamber is our most popular non-English speaking visitor language. So those actually weren't on the last signs. Those were placeholders, and we got that research back from them to decide which languages to put. Of course, many travelers will have a feature on their smartphones that automatically translate things into their native language. So that shouldn't be a huge hurdle to worry about. This is, again, just for convenience sake.
Do we want to make a motion before we ask a whole bunch of questions? Do we have a motion, please, council? Motion to approve? Second. Mike and Debbie. I'm going to start.
Go ahead.
I've got a number of things. They're all reasonably minor, so don't
fine.
get excited. Can we include the Chamber's URL for their beach monitoring page? I forget what the URL.
Check My Beach?
Yes.
That we have?
Yes.
Yes, we can include that.
Yes, that would be a nice thing to include, because it has expanded water quality information on it.
Any problem with that, Will?
Yes, sir.
On the list of rules, can we add, not necessarily a fan of the rule, but it exists because it's been approved, no holes deeper than 2 feet, and you have to clean up? or you have
That's
to-
on there.
That is on there?
Holes deeper than holes deeper
Oh,
than
good.
2 feet,
Okay.
fill them in before leaving.
Okay, then I need stronger glasses.
Yes.
And the alcohol is on there as well.
Yes, would you like me to read through the list that's on
Yes.
here so the public is
Please.
aware? So at the top, we have umbrellas only, Memorial Day to Labor Day, leave no trace, throw your trash away, stay off the dunes, and then we also have our dogs rules, dogs allowed before 10 a.m. and after 5 p.m. May 1 through Labor Day, and an asterisk because it excludes service dogs. And we also have in italicized there pickup droppings, and dogs must be on a leash. Prohibited section in red here, no alcohol, littering, glass containers and bottles, bonfires, fireworks, disturbing, damaging sea oats, dunes, or sand fencing, all aquatic activity within 75 yards of a pier, holes, and then driving or operating any motorized vehicle.
I don't anticipate any near-term change to the umbrellas only rule, but should there be some minor change to that, can we put a sticker over that little section? Is that an easy way to do that?
We can, yes, and if we should get any change, we could put a sticker on there. If you anticipate any type of change, I mean, I would almost rather not put it on here, but okay.
I can't do that.
Okay, and yes, we're a little bit out of room to add any rules. One of the things that did change from the Beach Advisory Committee meeting last week is we added no driving or operating any motorized vehicle, and we also put safety in yellow. So those were two of the changes that came out of there.
This will replace all of the current signage, or will there be standalone signs left once these go up?
This should take away all standalone signage, of course, not our parking signs or anything related to paid parking, but
I can anticipate there's still being scattered through the dunes, stay out of the dunes.
that's what I was about to get to, is the ones actually on the beach that would say to stay out of the dunes, those would still be up. I would think if we put, what's their new name, DHEC, if we put DES, thank you. If we put a QR code or something for Check My Beach on this sign, that would also qualify whatever they need to have done to have signage on the beach, so that we could also remove those. I can certainly have a contact there, check on that with Environmental Services.
I think we do need to include the Check My Beach, either as a URL or as a QR code.
That should easily be done.
And that's a much more attractive version than the first version.
Yes, it looks really nice. And we also switched the colors of them to make the yellow work on safety, because originally this one was dark blue. But yes, so that's where we're at. And we'll have to, if we do proceed with these, we'll have to proceed with our emergency alert company to get that text feature. Travis did tell me that that is an add-on that we can have, and looking like right now it is free. There's not an additional cost. So if that's something that council is interested in.
What is the cost and estimated lifespan of the?
I don't have a cost yet.
Is this funded in this year's budget? I was thinking it was.
You can get back to us on that.
Not to my knowledge.
Oh, well, this needs to happen then. So. Couple more quick questions. On the prohibited side of life, now I've forgotten what's prohibited.
Do you want me to bring it closer?
No, I'm wondering if
Or my model here,
if it's
can you?
included. Do you all have any questions while I remember what I forgot? So,
I like them.
Also, Mayor, these will be side by side at the beach.
Yeah, other way, but yes.
Yeah, and they replace, the signs that are down there now are the rules, but there is nothing that has anything to do with this beach safety, I'm sorry. And
Then there are two smaller signs, so I believe the goal was to consolidate all. The two smaller signs, I believe, are dogs on the beach and one other small sign. So if you go to the beach access now, there's like 3 signs, one large one about the rules and the 2 smaller ones. These will replace those, and they have way more information than the other ones have. There's nothing currently on the beach on the signs about beach safety, which is the sign on the right. So, and just want to shout out, Meredith did a great job getting these done. I think we had been talking about this for a while at the beach committee, and I believe this gives everyone the information they need when they go down to the beach. So.
I remembered what I forgot. No sleeping on the beach?
Or camping.
Do we need to add that? And we also say you can't set up before 8 a.m. Do we need to add that?
I'm not sure that, I don't know if the beach patrol is here, that the setup before 8 a.m. is all that cumbersome or problematic out there. Maybe the tents and sleeping on the beach, but that's covered by the umbrellas, but sleeping on the beach would be one that should be added.
I would agree with that, to add that on there.
Maybe ask public safety, which they have more issues with, either people operating motorized vehicles or camping on the beach.
When we started this in the springtime last year, Kevin Lark with Beach Patrol and Mitch, they were heavily involved, and these were the rules they immediately said are our number ones that need to be on here. Of course, we've added the vehicles. I think there is, well, one, design-wise, so that you can see everything to fit everything on there, but also, two, there's a delicate balance of making sure that you don't confront the beachgoer with too many rules at once. I mean, I think, too, finding that balance of, do we really need to include the 8 a.m. or no sleeping on the beach? And then will certain people hear no sleeping on the beach and take that the wrong way, like, oh, I can't take a nap, you know what I mean?
So that's
yes.
fine. Wanted to ask, because there are more rules than those
yes.
that we have.
And that's why they've got the QR code there for more information.
Just one other thing, Mark, you asked about the stay off the sea oat signs, and
Yes.
I believe at our last meeting, Anthony, who's in charge of the beach maintenance down there, they're installing new signs, and I believe he had put 200 and something in and had another 100 to go, but those are in the process of being installed. Those are on the beach side in the dunes.
And those dunes won't be affected by the beach renourishment at this point? I'm just asking whether it's better to wait to install those signs until after the beach renourishment,
I don't,
which may be the case for this too, I don't know.
No, I don't believe that has any impact on the dunes. They're not going to be
that far?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll clarify, these are going to greet you once you get to the walkover, for example. So these won't actually be in the dunes or on the beach. They'll be on that more land-facing side as you get to a walkover. Of course, depending on the beach access, that may change, but generally speaking.
Any other comments, council?
These are really nice.
They are nice.
Any comments from the public?
Thank you. To Meredith's point, at the walkovers, I could see them being at the beginning of the walkovers. Along the boardwalk, if I'm not mistaken, there are some spots where signage is at the street access where it ends, and at others where it's at the beach side. Can that be more consistent so that people on the boardwalk, regardless of where they go onto the beach, see the signs before they get there? Because if they're on the street access, they're already past the signs.
So that'll be up to our public works crews or whoever installs these signs. I was just speaking generally at all of our beach accesses. Things will have to be addressed, whether it's the boardwalk or maybe an access that doesn't have a walkover. We'll put them wherever is most appropriate, where I guess current signage is.
It's a vast improvement over what's out there right now.
Thank you. Yeah, it was teamwork to make it happen, and the local company did a
What's the
great job.
material?
The material that we're going to use, I don't remember off the top of my head. It's whatever we currently have. These will actually be used. I was going to give them to Mitch for educational purposes that they can travel around. Off the top of my head, I am not sure.
probably aluminum.
Okay. That makes
It
sense.
they can be printed onto anything, so I was
Curious.
leaving that to the next step, yes.
Do we need to motion to add the Check My Beach URL, or will you just understand that needs to be added to that?
I'll get it done.
Okay. Any other comments from the public? City Council? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great job.
Look great. And, oh, before you leave, any estimate on when they'll be in place?
I'm not the one installing them. It'll just depend on how we get them made now that we have the go-ahead and how quickly that can be done.
But this spring is the answer to the question.
I would,
As soon as we can. That's the
goal.
I would think so, yes.
We understand the high priority nature of this, and we're going to move as fast as we can.
Excellent, thank you.
What about the funding?
We got to get that, I mean, we
Yeah,
got
we'll.
to figure that out.
Approve a
If it
budget
need,
amendment.
if there's not money in the CIP that is available for this purpose, we can do a budget amendment to add some money to
We
the
may have
CIP for this purpose, but I suspect there is some available funding.
Mr. Mayor, the licensees each pay a license fee of $20,000. Depending on their level of fulfillment of their obligations, they get some of that money back. So whatever money the city keeps out of that license fee, according to the license or according to the franchise, the city will reinvest that into water safety. So the city has about $20,000 to apply towards the cost of the manufacturing of the signs or the installation of the signs. I don't know if that will cover it all.
I
but
sort
will
of
get
doubt it.
you
How
started.
many signs are we talking about? 170 something?
So while I'm up here, city council should decide, I'm assuming, so let me know if this is safe to assume, you guys want this to be double-sided.
That's not what I heard. What I heard was 2 signs,
But yes, so if they face,
yes. That's what I heard, yes.
so if they face this way,
Oh,
then there's going to be a back when you come from the other side of the walkover. So it would probably look better to have them double-sided, which would require a double print, because the post will go.
it'll be less ugly if there's signage on both sides.
Yeah.
I think that's good.
And I would also add that I would consider that covering your bases, where someone couldn't say, oh, I only saw the back of the sign.
It will increase the cost, but it is a good idea. So, yes. Any objection to that?
I question, we're going to see it as we go across the crossover as we're going to the beach. That's the first thing we see, right?
Yes, yes.
So obviously, if we don't print on the back, it's going to be blank.
It would be blank, but you may also have someone coming from that other side that you would still want them to see this.
Okay, all right.
Because you could say, someone could come from one of the homes that are on the beach and then use a walkover to get to the public access, and then they would only see the backside. But the backside would not look as nice without one. And I think when it comes to a life safety and educational standpoint, that
We have a lot of people
More opportunity to see the
accessing-
sign is better.
yes.
A lot of people access from hotels and other not public accesses.
Did that
Good,
answer?
good.
Okay.
Great, thank you. We've continued motion 26-21 on the ATAX allocations. Motion 26-22, Jennifer.
Motion 2026-22 to reaffirm motion 2025-84 to allocate $500,000 from the capital projects fund balance to fund decorative lighting along Ocean Boulevard.
This is the item that City Council gave first approval to, initial approval to back in December. This is the lighting package over Ocean Boulevard that Jason Green from the Myrtle Beach Downtown Alliance is here to talk about, that the Oceanfront Merchants Association and other boulevard merchants are supportive. Jason.
Thank you, Mayor Crua, members of council. It's my pleasure to speak about this project today. The order that I was given last time was to have more detail about the plan itself. I think we've delivered that in the presentation that we delivered to city management a couple of weeks ago. Made a slight amendment based on a conversation with Mayor Crua last Thursday and delivered that over the weekend to Mr. Simons. I think you should have the current version of that for your review, but I'll still go through the whole presentation and answer any questions that you might have. So before I get into that, I do want to talk a little bit about the MBDA operations, and there's 3 parts to it that I think are very important for everyone to know, is that we are here to create experiences, to assist in the revitalization, and to pave the way for redevelopment of vacant parcels in downtown. And everything needs to align with the vision of downtown as it's currently laid out in the downtown master plan and the accompanying documents. In addition to that, the way that we envision revitalization and redevelopment happening is that we are using a block system or revitalization for blocks so that we can focus the area in different cultural identities in downtown. Ocean Boulevard as a whole has its own identity compared to Carver Street, compared to Broadway Street, and we want to capture that with some very detailed level planning occurring within those areas with the residents and or businesses that might be affected. We have currently started that with Block 1, which is the oceanfront area in question here. We started those conversations back in November as a kickoff of our first Block 4 revitalization. With respect to this particular project, the revitalization meetings around this particular project began in June. We started formalizing that input back in November. We did 5 weeks of community input with the oceanfront merchants. We completed that input in the early part of December, and we have developed and currently working on an 8-year plan. It's likely going to be 10 by the time we're finished. We'll be presenting that first draft of that plan to the oceanfront merchants this afternoon, and a final draft of that sometimes towards the end of February, before the end of February. So first I'm going to start off based on Mayor Crua's recommendations, some artistic renderings of the light project itself. The first diagram here is a bird's eye view of what this would look like between the area of 9th and Mr. Joe White Avenue. It's a arches pattern with a crisscross of bistro lights that would connect each arch together, and that would span the entire distance between Plyler Park all the way back to 9th Avenue. This is a diagram of what the arch would look like. This is a lighting schema that's been put on it. Part of the lighting itself would not go down below 7 feet for the sake of making sure folks don't grab it and pull it off inadvertently. So you'll likely see the top part of the arch only lit as part of this project. This third diagram here shows the bistro lights and how they may crisscross along, but we've also added a rendering of what a wayfinding signage could look like if we decide to attach signage to these arches for the sake of giving directional control, which is one of the things that we've heard oftentimes from the oceanfront merchants as a need down in that area. Some of the history and the details of this. This is the scope area here, kind of more illustrated graphically, located in orange, and where Plyler Park is and Joe White Avenue and 9th Avenue North related to that. This project actually started, we did bid solicitation back in June. We reviewed those bids in August. We did a cost-benefit analysis of the different types of structures that would be necessary. We looked at poles versus arches. We worked with OM on the lighting types and design. We had lots of different styles and choices to choose from. And we worked with contractors to get the details together to make sure we understood what we could do within a reasonable cost structure. In addition to that, we commissioned a light study that the MBDA paid for to provide recommendations to not only this project, but to the businesses themselves and how they can complement the overall lighting schema in this area. As far as the cost-benefit analysis is concerned, we did determine that the arch design was less expensive because it actually you don't need as many arches as you would need poles to be able to hold the weight of the lights down the street itself. In working with the oceanfront merchants, we decided on a bistro light experience rather than a wall of light above your head, kind of like the Fremont experience in Las Vegas, if anyone has been to Fremont Street before. Cost differential was certainly extraordinary, but this gives us room for growth as we move forward into the future and more in line with the vision of downtown. We also provided a suggested elevated future-proofing experience over that Fremont experience. And the time to do this is about 4 months from design to install. Most of the design work has already been done. The idea is that we still have to do some engineering before we can start production, which I'll get into in a moment. And this is truly a partnership between the city of Myrtle Beach, the MBDA, and the businesses. And there's a piece in here to talk about what the businesses can do to complement the lighting piece. As far as the structure details, it's an arch system here. Kind of think the truss that you might see on a stage, even at Plyler Park today, except this is triangular instead of square. So the bottom piece there, the flange that would be bolted into the ground, is 15 inches in its total depth. As far as a triangle is concerned, the pointed end of the triangle would face the fence, but on the street walk or on the building side of the fence that's currently there, the flat side of that triangle would face the buildings as well. And then the minimum height for DOT as well as for deliveries is 13 feet 6 inches on the edges, but it's going to be higher in the center where most of the box trucks park. So there should be plenty of clearance that you're looking for. Every arch design that we have requires at least one kicker. That's the angled piece that you see in the upper left there. It'll be 4 feet away from the flange at the floor, also bolted into the concrete, but it goes up 10 feet. And it is parallel to the fence. It's not sticking out into the sidewalk, so all of this would be parallel to the fence to avoid tripping or anything like that. But from an engineering standpoint, we do know there's at least one kicker required. We have an option for 2 kickers in the event that we think we need more substantial support. So we certainly don't want to put a kicker in the middle of a driveway or a passageway to get into the park or any other alleys that we have along there. So there are occasions where these will be adjacent to that, so 1 kicker would be required in those areas. In the areas probably about every 4 or 5 arches, we may do 2 kickers instead just to give us some more stability. The same triangular truss would be there. The only difference on this is the extra kicker. Total of 13 arches versus about 100 poles, just to give some idea of what it would take if we were doing poles only. The arches will serve as a palette for us. As I mentioned earlier, we would be able to attach wayfinding signage to this. We can also attach different elements from a seasonal standpoint if we decide we want to decorate for Christmas, or if we want to decorate for the holidays, or if we want to do something artistic with some public art on these things, we can certainly attach it to the structure in addition to that. As far as the lighting elements themselves, the first part is the arch lighting. These are magnetically attached to the steel arch. The arch itself is made out of black powder-coated steel. And so they're pretty heavy, but the magnets here are really, really strong. They're industrial strength magnets that you can attach. It really takes a screwdriver to pull them off once they're attached, so you can get really nice tension on the wires themselves and create a nice pattern of light on the arches. Each one of these lighting sections is 6 feet long, so they connect together in a chain. So if one section goes out, you replace a 6-foot section. If an entire section goes out, that's likely a fuse problem. You replace the fuse with a ladder up at the top of each edge of the arch, so it's easily accessible and can be changed right away. The string lights are 2-inch diameter bulbs. They're called G50s, to be very specific. They are connected on 2 ends, so they also have a manufacturer installs a very strong paracord, for those of you who are familiar with parachute cord, that they can cinch together and provide a fair amount of tension on these cables to make sure that they can span that without drooping down into the city. There's likely going to be a paracord connected at the top of the arches all the way down the road so that it can go over the top without drooping below the minimum amount that we need. All of these lights, both on the arch as well as the string itself, are called RGBW, which is red, green, blue, white. So it gives you 16 million colors that we can choose from. We may have a pretty standard schema, but we can change the lights for the holidays as we go along as well. As far as the building owners are concerned, based on that part of that study that we commissioned on the lighting design, there were 3 recommendations given to the business owners as how they can complement this lighting piece on this street itself. Part of that is doing lighting on the facades of the building above the awning level. And I say that in quotation marks because not all buildings have awnings, but we want some upward light there. We also want sidewalk light pointing down on the sidewalk for pedestrian safety, as well as lighting in the windows themselves for display. And there's certainly details that I don't need to go into today, but there's a pamphlet that we can hand out to all businesses so that they can do this. The same lighting manufacturer that developed this particular system sells the pucks and the lighting piece. And these are estimated costs for each building on an average size building that we have in downtown. Some will be more, some might be less. We also have an idea of what to do for the backside of buildings, especially on Withers Alley, and how those can be lit as well with the same lighting program. The one thing that I like most about this is that it has a singular controller, and if the business owners opt in, we as the MBDA could program the entire lighting schema for the entire street through an app on our phone, or at least the phone that we have in our office. Maybe not mine particularly, but you probably don't want me doing that by myself, but the idea around it is that we can control that and control the color for everything on the street at one time, of course with the business owner permission. As far as the planned schedule, this is just a very simple Gantt chart. The first step is getting the arch engineering. We need a South Carolina engineer to stamp the drawing to make sure that it's okay. We've talked to one already, kind of on standby for us to be able to do that. The arch fabrication is about a week per arch, so that will take us until about the end of April, assuming that it's approved today. The electrical work can be done concurrently with that fabrication. This is really running your 20 amp circuit to each of the arches itself, or at least to a handful of them, so that we can plug everything in. I think you need about 4 20 amp circuits placed along the 13 arch spans, so about 4 arches need to be powered to be able to carry the load. To give you an idea of how much this entire thing will cost in terms of electricity, about 15 100-watt bulbs equivalent for every hour. So that is on. So that's the extent of this because the LED lights are so low power and the controllers don't require much power to be able to run those. That's the estimate that was given to us by the manufacturer based on the entire lighting schema that we're talking about. We would order the lights today. Those would be shipped. It takes about 2 months for them to come in. We have 2 installation windows. One's a backup. The first one, based on what the oceanfront merchants are comfortable with, would be that first week of May. We would like to do it maybe in the end of April if it can be done then, but those are the first time frame that everyone's comfortable with. The second one is that first week of June, right before CCMF, while the roads are already closed or they're starting to close things down to be able to do that. It will require Ocean Boulevard in that section to be closed for about 4 days to do the entire installation. The estimated cost, this is a breakdown of all the costs between the arches, the lights themselves, the controllers. We have a rough order of magnitude on the installation. It will require a crane to be able to lift these arches in place before they're bolted down. And that's the one unknown that we have at the moment. We overestimated that just based on what we think it might cost. And then the engineer, we've estimated that as a rough order of magnitude as well. Might come in less than that. So the total cost is about $410,150. Annual recurring maintenance based on 2 trips a year, about every 6 months, to come in and inspect everything, including the lights and the arches themselves and the fasteners. This includes 2 trips to come down with 2 people to be able to do what amounts to about an 8-hour inspection, plus the time here, time back. And then we have a 5-year warranty on everything, the arches, the lights, and the product itself. Any questions?
I'm interested in what businesses have said that they wanted to apply their businesses
I haven't heard from many yet, so I mean, this is a rather rapid put together, but we'll be meeting with them this afternoon, so I can get an answer for that. Unless there's any in the audience that wanted to, I know we have some oceanfront merchants here, if they want to make comment on that.
I drove that section of Ocean Boulevard in the last week at night. It's fairly evenly lighted with the exception of that half block near Peaches Corner, which is daylight. So
Yeah, so one of the key pieces that came out of the lighting master plan was balancing the light. So part of the recommendation of what to do on the buildings would help actually balance the light so we don't actually lose the effect of this particular system along Ocean Boulevard, but complementing it with the ocean, or with the building lights themselves. So there'll be some lights that would need to be dimmed down some to be able to complement the lighting as we go through.
Can you go back to the illustration of the overhead illustration, please? Is it just an X across the center, or is it a full line of lights?
It is an X, and it's on that on purpose, because in between where the X crosses, there's actually, it could be a Santee Cooper light pole, so we want to make sure we give them unfettered access to the lights in the event that they have to change a fixture or do maintenance on the pole. This also gives us limited access to put a crane in that area to be able to drive or to be able to lift an HVAC system on one of the buildings on the other side. In the event that that cannot happen, that maintenance, annual maintenance, semi-annual maintenance plan, since that's 2 trips, consider 1 trip to be able to take down the system in the event that somebody needs to do something major. We may have to take down a section, so that's a basis for cost, would likely be less than that.
So it's not, it doesn't flood the entire, well, the lights will flood the entire street, but the streamers above are in an X pattern, they're
That's
not.
correct. And we took maintenance
Right.
into consideration when we came up with the design for that.
And someone also raised the point about the police department's video cameras that are up there and making sure that we don't block or obscure those. Council, do you have a motion? We'll talk about this.
Motion to pass,
To approve?
yes.
Okay. Any discussion from city council? Any more discussion from city council?
Oh, well, I just wanted to say, I appreciate all the work you all put into putting this whole plan together. And I like how you did where the business owners, there's a package that they basically can buy. Because that's what I heard a lot about over the past couple years with not participating in decorating for Christmas and stuff over the past 2 years. You're like, you know, it'd be nice if we had a package put together. It would be kind of goof-proof, all-in-one concept that people like, rather than just kind of trying to hodgepodge things together. So I like how your teams put this together.
And that was a clear desire of the business owners as we were discussing not only this project, but the litany of things that we've discussed in the month of November about how to work together and how to really create a substantial partnership moving forward. This is really the first project of many to come, not necessarily on lights, but other things that we can do to improve the area in that section. And I have to say, the Oceanfront Merchants and our work with them has been really great. We've had really great constructive dialogue about how this partnership would look and how this particular project would come about. So.
Well, I mean, it's very versatile. So you can change the colors of the lights, you can change direction. You know, there's all kind of variables here, so it makes it very, very nice looking. And it looks like it's very heavy duty. I
Yeah,
mean,
these
it's
are
not, I like this better than the thought of even having poles. You know, I think this is going to be a very nice added touch downtown, and I'm very happy with it myself.
This would lend itself to a street festival.
Exactly.
Yes. When we talked about not making them flash, even though that would be an option, but could you make them run?
There's lots of options in the app. I'm not sure that I know all the details as to what it can do, but I know you can flash, you can stream, you can do
I don't know
lots
that I
of
want them
different
to run, to flash, but to run up and down would be interesting, so.
I think one thing I would, as a former aviator, I'd be concerned about it looking like a runway if you did that. But again, I'm not landing there.
Mayor, I hear what you're talking about, but let me just say this. I think the lights just there is safest. You start running lights or you start flashing, now you got traffic. At times that traffic's gonna be kind of heavy and people doing this and driving at the same time. I think we're better off leaving them stationary, to be honest.
Mr. Lauder brought up a good point about the Fremont Street experience. 'Cause if you're looking up at something really nice, you might not see the car in front of you, so.
Any other council comments?
Yeah, if I may, and I apologize for not being here for the original discussion, but kind of reinforce for me, Jason, is this project primarily for the wow factor of enhancing that area versus just sheer illumination, or are you going to accomplish both?
Both. The lighting design itself, when we had the study done, talked about instead of brighter is better, color is better. So this accomplishes that piece and balancing the light, which was a key piece that came out of the lighting master plan that we study we had done over a year ago as part of our design guideline work.
And from a practical standpoint, what is the chance of vehicular encounters with these posts?
I would like to say nothing, but I know that we just had somebody run into a fence a few weeks ago, or a couple weeks ago on Ocean Boulevard. So I guess there is a possibility of that. But
The fountain at Nance Plaza has been destroyed twice by a car.
So I don't. It's greater than zero, but I don't know how much of a risk there is.
And do our public safety folks look upon this as an enhancement from sheer illumination?
I've worked with Steffi Perrin a bit on some of the lighting schema. We have not done a SEPTED study on this particular piece, although I know she has worked with the business owners on some of the things that they're doing. So I don't have an answer specifically about this particular project, but we have talked to her about it and have worked with her on a few things relative to downtown.
Well, ordinarily, being the soul of caution with an expenditure like this, I would have some trepidation, but I have seen over the last 15 years how these merchants have scratched and clawed to try to make it downtown. And by virtue of their efforts to improve their own businesses, I think it's our duty to enhance the climate down there so they may prosper. 100%. So that's how I would lean on this, being a Johnny-come-lately to the project, if you will. Not that that has any effect on anybody's opinion, but I felt like I should have expressed that. Sir.
Councilman Chestnut, did you have something?
No, I think Jason, you guys went out and did what we asked you to do, and I'm impressed, and I like the project, so.
Thank you.
Go ahead, and then I'll.
Two other points that we talked about. These are LEDs.
They are.
They are dimmable.
They are.
And when you say balance the light, you're talking about not just the number of lumens that are there, but also the color temperature, I would assume.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah. But also the building's lights, right?
Yes.
We want this to complement, not to be in stark contrast to one or the other.
Okay. Sorry, Bill.
Jason, as you know, you and I have discussed this, and council discussed it in the first meeting. Obviously, we're all in favor of this project. But the other side of that project is making sure that we have businesses now participating, putting their own time and money into the project as well.
That's correct.
I know you had the one slide here that showed about illuminating the buildings at an average cost of $3,000. What else, if anything, is our oceanfront business community talking about in terms of their investment?
So as part of the work that we've done, and it wasn't just about the lighting project, but the community input that we did in the course of November of this last year, we talked about facade grand improvements, landscaping improvements that aren't just exclusive to the city, but also to the buildings themselves. Those are two of the major topics, I would say, that came up. There were improvements that we have to see along the entire way, but those two specifically point towards the businesses, at least at the high level. There are certain things that I believe we need to do procedurally and policy-wise here at the city to be able to facilitate that. We just haven't gotten to that point yet. So.
I
But
really
you think
hope
they're
to see
behind
an
it?
investment.
I'm sorry?
But you think they will stand behind it and continue to stand behind this?
I do, yeah. The partnership that we've created with them, I feel fairly confident that we can all move forward together with the idea that we have a long-term plan to follow and set the right expectations on the front end.
Okay, and just going back to the lighting, where we can change the colors, we could do red, white, and blue for 4th of July. We could do all green for St. Patrick's Day. Did I mention St. Patrick's Day?
Next year, they won't be up this year for St. Patrick's Day, unfortunately.
They will not be up until April or May.
We could do a dry run any month of the year.
That's true. We can have St. Patrick's Day in July if you'd like.
Or at that time of the year, we could make them all blue for law enforcement.
We can, yeah. I know that there's a calendar of every day of the year and probably a color that we can pick. So we have 16 million to choose from, so.
Any other comments from council? Any comments from the public? I know Chris Walker was here, but I've lost him if he may have, yeah, okay, yeah, please come forward. If you'll give us your name, please.
Yeah. I'm Nick Blake. I'm with Riptides, Beach House, Bums Beach Cafe, and Mo Moons.
Angie Geppinger with Global Leisure Management. We represent Skywheel Myrtle Beach and Pedal Pub Myrtle Beach.
So I can definitely say from our side as businesses, we are fully committed. We will definitely be investing and getting the lights, with attached and, for it to sync, with the lights that's being installed on Ocean Boulevard. But I definitely do think that this is the right direction. I mean, that is a wow factor, that's something different. That's something that we need. And again, like I said in the, whenever we first proposed this is not going to be the fix all. We all know this. There's many more things that we all need to collectively do as a team. And I can say 100% of the oceanfront merchants, we are fully dedicated. We're, spending thousands and thousands of dollars on, maintenance stuff and making sure our landscaping is looking good, making sure that the buildings are painted correctly, And there are some business owners where, we do, reach out to and try to get on board. And, sometimes it's challenging, not everyone's going to be perfect. And, but I can definitely say that majority of the people down there, we're all a team and we're willing to do whatever we can to get Myrtle Beach back to where it needs to be.
Thanks, Nate.
I just want to add to that. There's already, 2 examples that the businesses have come together to try to make that area better. We're all invested in doing the CEFTED with the city of Myrtle Beach. If you guys are aware of that, basically the police department will come out and assess your property from a lighting visual standpoint to address any issues of concern that could possibly affect criminal activity. We have a list of businesses, if you would like to see that have already completed that. The second thing is, we know the holidays do drive traffic to different areas. I mean, the first example is Conway. We all came together and paid towards painting, Christmas paintings on the windows. Everybody pitched in to do that. While it wasn't the biggest impact, it was a start so that you guys can see that the business owners are bought into this.
Thank you.
I did also want to mention as well, thank you for mentoring Councilman Render that we have been scratching and clawing for years, and it's hard and we're tired of it. And that's why we're willing to do whatever we can to turn things around and to where everyone can make money and it's safe and everyone's successful at the end of the day.
Thank you very much. Anybody else from the audience? Any other council comments, any other amendments, anything else we need to talk about at this point? You're budgeted at 410, we've got 500. Doesn't sound like you're going to spend all of the 500.
I don't think so, but having been in construction before, there might be a few overruns that we haven't accounted for, but I'm glad we have some wiggle room.
Okay.
So,
Council, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you very much.
thank you very much.
Good job. Good job.
Jennifer, motion 26-17.
Motion 2026-17 to reappoint 3 members to the Community Appearance Board.
Council, we have a long list of folks who would like to serve on the Community Appearance Board. There are requirements for some of the positions which are available at this point. think maybe for all three of the positions which are available at this point. Is that a correct statement? Or is there one position that's not? There are 2 seats shall be specified for the architectural profession. 1 seat shall be specified for the arborist profession. Are the 3 available seats occupying those positions?
Yeah, I would like to make a motion, because we already have an arborist on there and an architect. I would like to reappoint Jeff Edens and James Hubbard. And I would also like to appoint Susie Dara.
We have a motion for Jeff Edens, Jim Hubbard, and Susie Dara. Is there a second?
Second.
Any council discussion? Any discussion from the public?
I would like to say it's refreshing to see such an outpouring of applications. A lot of times, we don't get a lot of applications for our boards, and I think it's refreshing, and we need to inject some
New blood.
new blood on some of these boards.
And again, these seats are restricted, but the other seats that are on CAB are not restricted, so when they come open, we'll have a chance to look at applications at that point as well. So, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So Jeff Edens, Jim Hubbard, and Susie Dara are appointed to the CAB. Motion 2623.
Motion 2026-23 to appoint 1 member to the Air Base Redevelopment Authority.
Colonel Stires is here in the audience. We've talked. He recommends Rick Hussey to fill Mr. Tom Webb's seat. Mr. Webb has resigned. Council, is there a motion?
Motion to appoint Rick Hussey.
Second.
I think Mike Louder beat you to it, Debbie.
Gotcha.
Any discussion from City Council? Any discussion from the public? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Buddy, we filled that seat. We've got a couple of other seats that are coming up, the next one as well. The Myrtle Beach Area Chamber of Commerce has asked if a council member would serve on, as in an ex officio capacity, so not a voting member, on the chamber, 2 boards. There's a chamber board and then there's a visitor board, and they would like a representative from City Council to serve, again, in an ex officio capacity. Mr. Attorney, is there an issue with that potentially, since they're not voting members?
I think so.
No. If it's a seat that they have by virtue of their membership on city council, then that's fine.
Okay. Just keep that in mind. That request exists. We haven't put it on an agenda at this point, but if you'd like to serve in that capacity on one of those 2 chamber boards, express that desire to us at some point along the way. Jennifer, 26-24.
Motion 2026-24 to appoint 1 member to the Coast RTA Board as representative for the city of Myrtle Beach.
We don't have a suggested name at this point. I will say that Coast RTA is not looking for a city council member to serve in that capacity. So if there's someone in the public who would like to be considered for that, or if you know of someone, we're happy to talk about it. Otherwise, we'll continue this today.
Let's continue it.
Yeah, let's
Is there a motion to continue?
Motion to continue.
Second.
Debbie's the second. Any discussion from council? Any discussion from the public? All those in favor of continuing 26-24, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. That reaches the end of our scheduled voting action. We've got a number of discussion items here. One of them is another board appointment. We need someone on the Ocean View Memorial Foundation. Is that a council member?
It can be. It doesn't have to be.
Okay.
There are 3 city council, attached to the bylaws, there's 3, city council has 3 appointment, or 3 people to appoint. John Crutch is the one seat that is coming up at the end of January, and he cannot, per the bylaws, they cannot have a succeeding term, so there needs to be somebody else appointed to his seat. Dr. Tracy Nelson and Will Gravely are the other two city council appointees.
If you'll keep that in mind, we'll put that on an agenda in the near future for a vote, if you'll come up with a suggestion.
Mayor, does everyone know what the Ocean View Memorial Foundation is?
Probably not.
As a past member, I think the funding came from the sale of the Ocean View Memorial Hospital property. And in the past, there were two veins of service that organization provided for. One was for Horry County student scholarships, and that was, of course, very well received. And the other was for capital projects. I noticed an upgrade one time at Horry Georgetown Tech in I think their legal library. So it's an important job, and they do grant some significant monies to worthy recipients. So I would give some thought as to whom we will appoint to that, because that isn't, you need to go to those meetings if they appoint you, because it's an important organization.
Thank you. The next discussion item is to identify potential savings in the Arts and Innovation District project list, including the theater, and to update City Council on the construction timelines.
I will start the conversation, and I anticipate I've got plenty of teammates behind me that can help fill in particular gaps. Start off with the easy first, which is timeline. The Arts and Innovation District infrastructure project has always been a 4-year project. We executed that contract in September of '23. With it being proposed to end at the end of '27, we are still moving ahead on that timeline. Obviously, pieces and parts of that, one phase may take longer, one phase may come in ahead of schedule, but as of right now, we are on schedule to finish by the end of 2027. The theater project was originally intended to be completed in August. We are now on track to finish in November. The primary delay there, if you all remember, I think all of us know in great detail, we are renovating, overhauling 3 existing buildings that have been there for quite some time. The major delay, which was about a 3 to 4 month delay during the post-demolition, not necessarily during the demolition process, but at the end of the demolition process, we were aware that the dimensions on the interior of the buildings were not consistent with what we thought they would be. I think that's the best way to say that. So once we got everything down and once we were ready to rebuild, the dimensions in those buildings were different. So we had to go back and redesign and re-engineer the steel structure that was going to be inside the building. And that just by its nature is quite a lengthy process. That is really, it's a significant time delay, but that has been the only real time delay that we've had to deal with. And we are now through that. We're about 45% through with the project. The theater will be delivered around, again, November. Right now, conversations with CCU, they will be able to start moving into the building, getting acclimated to the facility, begin to understand how to operate the building in August. So they'll have several months of time where we're basically coexisting in there. So that's the timeline piece of that conversation. Before I move on from that, can I answer any questions specific to timing?
And Brian, you said, give me the date certain again.
For theater is November of 26 this year. The A&I district infrastructure will be the end of 27. So we've got another year and a half, year and 3 quarters really on the infrastructure project.
That just seems awfully ambitious, and I salute you for your optimism, but I just, again, there's certain projects that I view with some trepidation with regard to, can we do this? Have we given you, or council in the past given you a task that you can't accomplish in a reasonable amount of time and at a reasonable cost? And that's all I've got to say.
Yeah, I don't know there's an answer in that question for me.
May not be, time will tell.
At this point, specific to the theater, we've got a high degree of confidence in our contractor at the theater that we will be able to move along and meet that schedule. That is a complex process. We are through the most complicated piece. I won't say the most complicated, the most uncertain piece of that project with the demolition and getting to a state where we can rebuild. That demolition and status assessment, for the lack of a better term, is a very complicated piece of that puzzle. So we are through that end of that, and we are now in the rebuilding part. So there's a lot less certainty in that. So I've got a high degree of confidence in our contractor that we will be able to hit those dates with respect to the theater. Infrastructure is always a little dicier because it is more weather dependent, and it's more condition dependent. Once we dig up dirt that hasn't been dug up in 50 years, there's always a variable associated with that. But again, based on what we have found as we've gotten through these phases, I'm still confident that the contractor will be able to perform the work in the amount of time we've given them to perform it.
Well, I just think we should harbor reasonable expectations. That's all I'm saying.
Understood.
Thank
And
you.
I can promise you, we've got a team of folks that work on this daily. I was about to say weekly, but we have internal folks that work on this project daily, and we are staying in constant contact with the contractor.
Thanks for that update.
Okay.
Brian, maybe this is a CCU question, but are they still excited and ready and
Yes.
moving forward to take ownership, I guess you would say?
Yes, sir. We actually had a meeting 3 weeks ago, maybe specifically with the new president, President Weinbrake, and gave him a debrief of the theater itself. He was well-versed in the agreement and the commitments that CCU has made on the theater. He is extremely excited to have a presence downtown. We're extremely excited to have him have a presence downtown. And so I know we have weekly meetings. CCU is participating in those status meetings. We've had a couple of specific meetings to start talking about the programming of the space and making sure that when the doors open, that there's appropriate programming in place. So I have no reason to think they are not excited about being
I
downtown.
would say when Coastal was up at 79th Avenue, they sold out everything that they did. And it gives the students that are either front of house, back of house, and on the stage, opportunity to perform in different venues. And so this is a really great and needed expansion, I think, for both the music, theater, several departments. So
I've met with President Weinbrake twice to talk about this as well, and he is committed to doing whatever the city wants. If the city wishes to change what it wants, I think that's within the scope of possibility, but he's prepared to make it all happen, yes.
Good.
Anybody else?
I'll shift gears. Oh, yes,
Go
sir.
ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, finish,
Okay.
then I'll.
I've got a question.
Yes, sir.
Did we anticipate taking it down to shell? Was there no saving of materials on the inside of the building, taking it down literally to the brick walls?
I saw Troy walk in the back, who's our architect with LS3P, and he can throw something or chime in if he chooses to. I think we evaluated those properties and those buildings early on, and they were not in great condition. Again, our original intent was to be able to have all three buildings certified as historic structures and be able to. He did come up. Hey, how are you? Do you want to take that one? Sure. Okay.
And you mentioned the historic structures. If we've removed everything out of the center of the building, does that affect its historic nature? So go ahead.
So the theater itself had been remodeled several times since it had actually been the period of significance that we were looking at. So a lot of what was inside wasn't even the historic part. I mean, it had been turned into offices. It had been chopped up, floors on top of floors. J&J Drug, which was the center building, had also been the same way. Struggle for any elements of significance in that building. Helen Mates, on the other hand, was a building that was fairly intact from what it really was. It still had, it was 2 stories. It had originally been 1 story, converted into 2 at another time. Even the children of Helen Mates didn't realize that it had been 1 story at one time. So that building in itself had, through all this use over these years, had really had just layers upon layers of new construction in it. So as far as just the materials itself, there really wasn't a whole lot there that were the finished materials. So, and we actually can't take back, we can take back to the brick, but we can't expose any of that brick. So our finishes have come in, we've taken into all that account, but when we did the drawings initially, we did scan the spaces, we went through with a 3D laser scan, we scanned all those spaces, but we didn't get back to certain materials, and especially up in the ceiling areas and the attic spaces. And those were a little more of unknowns. But we did take out the demising wall between J&J Drug and the Broadway Theater, and that was one sticking point for the historic renovation credits that kind of kept us from putting the historic, or it allowed us to put the historic tax credit to Helen Mates, but not to apply it to the other 2 buildings.
So in short, we saved what we could, but there wasn't a lot there. And I think, again, and Troy pointed out, we did qualify for historic tax credits on 1 of the 3 buildings, abandoned tax credits on all 3 buildings. Any changes at this point, we would have to go back through and have the State Historic Office sign off on those changes. You know, there's a lot of financial commitments that we've made, not just to CCU and the contractor, but with respect to those tax credits that we need to be, we need to make sure we exercise the right amount of due diligence and caution before we make too many changes at this point, because we have more stakeholders that we need to include in this conversation as it relates to that. There are probably some small opportunities for savings. You know, the marquee sign actually made a note of the things that have not been ordered, which is actually, to date, the only items not ordered are the marquee, the flooring, the wall finishes, and the doors. Everything else has been ordered. Everything else is either delivered or being stored for us somewhere else. I mean, a lot of the larger ticket items have already been committed to. So, I mean, we are continuing to advance and move forward. And again, it goes back to the timing question. I mean, again, our contractor has been great in trying to make sure that we are prepared to deliver the building when we're supposed to deliver the building.
And timing's important, but are we on budget, best you can tell?
Yes. Yeah, again, one of the considerations when we took on the project was the complexity of a historic renovation. So there was a decent-sized contingency line item in that budget, and we are still well within that contingency line item for any surprises that we've been dealt.
It just sounds like more of a historic recreation than a renovation at this point.
That's probably a good way to say it. I think Helen Mates is a restoration. The other 2 would be a recreation. I haven't thought about it in those terms, but that's a good way to put it.
I mean, if there's nothing left inside.
Yeah, and I'll just add that all 3 of those buildings are still in the historic area of Myrtle Beach that they consider. So they're still looking at those buildings, but Helen Mates is the primary building there that's actually getting the tax credits. So they know what's going on in the others, but Helen Mates is really where the tax credits are coming from.
And the tax credits, there are historic credits and what was the other term?
Building.
Yeah, abandoned building. Totaling, that's $4.5 million. So, Mr. Architect, any opportunity for cost savings?
Well, to Brian's point, there has been a lot of things. The contractors, Monteith has been great as far as getting in there, ordering things ahead of time. A lot of, for instance, the HVAC equipment, they ordered that. We got the submittals in and ordered that right away for some reasons with deliveries. They've been great as far as really just managing the project. So What is left is, to Brian's point, the marquee and some other things along the face, which are kind of the last things to go in. We've been focused on the interior and the construction of the rest of it. But all the elements along the face are the historic imagery that you've seen and that we're trying to recreate those facades.
If council is interested, I would ask that at some point in the near future, you walk us through what the finished product will look like.
Yeah, and we've done that with previous times at the council as well.
And I think some of you have participated. Troy actually has an amazing 3D program where he can, not literally, but digitally walk you through the building itself, and I think that's the best way to capture the end product. So we will work on that.
Any other council questions?
Just out of curiosity, your best guess, the stuff that hasn't been done, hasn't been ordered, hasn't been paid for yet. Just for discussion purposes, you know, what's the value of that? Is it $1 million or is it $10? $500,000, okay.
Our contractor, Chris from Monteith.
Moving on.
Yeah.
So Arts and Innovation District timeline, cost savings. In a similar way, the A&I district gets a little bit more complex because you're marrying infrastructure work with streetscape work. And so when we get into the cost savings conversation, there's two different ways to approach that, and we need to approach both of them. Number one is specific parts of the plan, so Broadway versus Oak versus the City Hall area. So for the purposes of this conversation, on 9th Avenue, so those would be the four areas that we could talk about. But I'd like to take a step back before we do that and talk about infrastructure versus streetscape. I think we have some key infrastructure projects that absolutely need to be done. So and Chris will yell at me if I misspeak, but there's a 48-inch stormwater pipe that needs to be put into the area between Kings Highway and Oak Street. That's an essential piece of infrastructure that needs to happen. That's a 48-inch pipe. We're going to have to open the road up completely to do that. It makes sense to open the road once and upgrade the water and sewer infrastructure at the same time. That infrastructure there is still, for the most part, original infrastructure from the city. So I'm not saying we do agree, but if we were to agree that infrastructure project needs to continue, that cuts back on where we would be able to save cost, right? Because if we're doing the base infrastructure work, we've got to open the roads back up, or we've got to open the roads up, do the infrastructure work, and then the conversation really rests on the streetscaping component. So over the last week, worked with staff to go back and look at the streetscaping components to determine what could be the cost savings there. There have been some comments regarding the pavers versus the asphalt, so we did an analysis of that. And I think one of the things that I think even I forget about at times, we see the pavers as a pretty extra, but the pavers are the stormwater facility for that streetscaping. So if we were to shift from pavers to traditional asphalt, then we've got to come up with a stormwater solution for that area that does not exist today. So that either means essentially underground stormwater retention on site, or we have to pipe the stormwater to somewhere else in a new pond that we don't currently have. Once you factor in the function to the streetscaping, it's about a wash. I mean, we would need our engineers to really do the math, and just to be honest with you, we would need the engineers to really dig into the detail there. But based on what we know, it actually could cost more to go back to asphalt versus keeping the paver system that we currently have designed. So there's a form and a function that comes with the streetscaping as it's designed today. The primary place where we could identify some cost savings would be in the decorative crosswalks, and we could scale that back and simplify that back to a degree. That would save us $300,000 to $400,000. But again, we are looking to increase the sidewalks in other areas. We would just need to be cognizant of what we're doing downtown versus in other areas of the city. So, I mean, again, we are halfway into a project at this point. It's difficult to shift midstream and go a different direction. Obviously, we can continue to evaluate, just need some direction from you all on how deeply you want to dig.
I don't think, if I may, Mayor, I don't think there's any question with regard to infrastructure, 48-inch main, that type stuff, stormwater. My question comes from the revenue stream to service that. In other words, like, what is the dollar amount remaining, this segment, that segment? Can we approach other funding entities to help with that, particularly in the land of $2 billion state surpluses? That is my deal.
And candidly,
Our
that's
deal.
yeah.
Excuse me.
We've actually had, I won't call it luck. There's been a lot of work that has gone into getting the appropriations over the last couple of years from the state to supplement funding for downtown, and we've received
$5 million. I'm talking about.
This is the year for that. We have struggled the last couple of years because the earmark process has not been in favor.
Understood.
We heard from our folks earlier today that the legislators taking a different position on that. So I think having a presence in Columbia this cycle, making those asks this cycle, if that's the will of council, I think there is some opportunity there, but I think we need to be responsive.
We need to formulate a tentative battle plan with counsel from us to y'all with the mechanics of the process.
Yes, sir, and that's a lot of work and a little time to get there. So there's a definite sense of urgency.
We have utmost faith you can get us to the mountaintop.
Well, thank you.
Well, it also assumes that the appetite exists in Columbia to fund this sort of project
Correct.
in Myrtle Beach. So if you subtract out the land on the east side of Kings Highway, we've got an $80 million commitment right now to the Arts and Innovation District. We've spent a chunk of that, but between the theater, the infrastructure, and the streetscape, we're talking $80 million worth of work in those few blocks.
That is an accurate number.
So, council?
I would just, and it may not be a lot, but anywhere that we can save money, you know, whether it's $10,000 or $300,000 for things that look pretty, but aren't necessary, that we look at that seriously. Because that money can then be programmed to other areas of the city where we also need it. And you talked about sidewalks. I'm not talking about down the A&I district, but I'm talking about other places in the city that we actually either need replacements or just adding sidewalks. And I do get that having contractors available to do that is another challenge. But it's a challenge for everybody, so we can program and deal for that. But I want to, wherever we can save money, I would like us to save money.
What I can promise you is that staff will go back and we will dig the next layer down on those areas where we can save and present some opportunities with maybe different options for sidewalk crossings in the A&I district. We can look at the items that have not been ordered yet at the theater and try to give you some options there. We will try to handle that at the staff level without spending additional money on engineering and architects at this point in the process. But, we would like some direction before we get too far down that path.
And is that something we could have at our next meeting?
We will have you something. I can't promise you that we'll have the depth of detail for a final decision, but we can give you something where you can give us additional feedback.
Okay, so we would have a place to start.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Council, anything else? Thank you. streamlining the CAB process. This was a subject that has come up for decades, figuring out a way to make Myrtle Beach more business-friendly and still have businesses follow the rules. Does anybody want to lay this out for us at this point? I'll give it a shot, but I'll defer to council.
I'll just say this, I don't know, and I hope I don't stick my foot in my mouth when I say this, but what I hear most of the time, a lot of commercial businesses, commercial properties, developers, they dread going before CAB. And that's what I hear. And I'm not taking a stab at anybody who's a member of CAB. But I would just like there would be specifics. It's not personal. It's specifics. It's standard, what we would look at for CAB, or let me say for CAB to look at. I go back to the darndest thing I ever heard about with a CAB thing is, and I know this is years ago, but it's just an example. When a business was planning to repaint their signs along what was becoming the boardwalk, they were already existing signs. And I'll just say the name of the business, I mean, because I know these folks won't mind me repeating this because it was a challenge. It was the Fun Plaza. Their signs were red with yellow writing, lettering, and it said Fun Plaza. Well, when the boardwalk was completed, they redone their signs, Fun Plaza on the boardwalk. CAB turned it down. I'm sorry, but I just don't get that.
I think to summarize, we're, as a group, and y'all as a group, are looking to streamline the approving process for things, particularly on the signage side of life. If there's a standard formula that you've got a building that's X long, you can have signage that's Y long. It takes some of the subjectivity out of it in order to speed up the overall process.
And if I may jump in there, that is the perfect segue, is the word subjectivity. By definition, before things can be on a CAB agenda, they meet code. Right? You can't show up on a CAB agenda until you meet code. Everything after that is subjective. Everything after that is up to the discretion of the CAB members. So if the goal is to streamline the CAB process, there's really only a couple of ways to do that. And there's one way to do that in a couple of different ways we will attack it. It's to limit CAB purview, to pull back a little bit on what CAB has oversight of. We're already in that process, which is the next place we go here. As we get into the zoning rewrite process, our consultant has already looked at CAB's purview, both in terms of how it's written up, but also how it performs. I mean, they've watched CAB meetings go through that process, and so they've got some recommendations on essentially templates, which is what I'm hearing from you also, standardizing signs that maybe bypass CAB approval. There may be a color palette that bypasses CAB approval. I mean, obviously, you all will decide exactly how far down that path we go, but that is where we're headed. On March the 3rd, Kimley Horn, who is our contractor to do the zoning rewrite, is scheduled to be before you and Planning Commission to talk about where they are so far in the process. And I've said this before, but I'll say it again. To date, they've been in research mode for the most part. They have started getting into a particular component, specifically the landscaping component, and I'll talk about that more here in just a second. But this is the exact time for you all to provide some input to the consultant on what you want to see and what you don't want to see, what problems you see that they need to figure out a solution for. The time for that is now. And again, they will be here on March 3rd to engage with you all in that conversation. We/all of staff, planning and zoning staff, have spent countless hours having conversations with, meetings with our contractor to help them understand our pain points. You know, Mayor, you and I had the conversation earlier this week. And rightly so, the comments coming from the dais just today have been the time-consuming and the frustration for the businesses dealing with the CAB process. Just recognize there's staff time spent on that CAB process too. So if we can create a more efficient environment for staff, that's a win-win. So if the businesses have a more efficient path, a more predictable path, and staff has a more productive path, I think that's better for everybody. And I think we have the opportunity to address that as we get through the zoning rewrite process. And so, again, they'll be here March the 3rd. So come with your comments and your anecdotes and your stories and what you're trying to solve for, and make sure they have a real crystal clear idea of the direction that you would like for them to head.
That would be a joint meeting with the Planning Commission?
Well, Planning Commission is also that day. So
Okay.
right now, the idea would be
Two
two
separate
separate
meetings, sure.
conversations. You know, we can obviously
No,
invite. Okay,
That's fine.
that's fine.
Let me just say one other thing. I would just like, for this process, for lack of a better way to say this, I would like for this process to be much more user-friendly, so to speak. You know, sometimes I look at being in business myself, that, you know, time is money. And people are spending a lot of money developing the properties. And it's like one time, a situation was this. They were already going to put up and this is not COB, this is something that happened. They put up a barrier, okay, because they were going to have behind the building. That was all that was required. But then it was added that, well, they need to put this in front of the barrier. So you're doing double the thing for what's wanted the intention to start with. That's the kind of things I'm talking about. It's, you know, it's easy to spend somebody else's money when you're not the one who's spending it.
That's right.
Understood.
And that's exactly what I'm talking about.
To put it succinctly, we have a reputation, the city has a reputation for being difficult to deal with from a business standpoint, and we need to have a reputation for being easy to work with from a business standpoint.
And I understand about code, believe me, I understand about zoning, I understand that. But let's find that path that we can work with when it comes to this.
We're headed in that direction.
I would like to make one comment too. Knowing that this was going to be a discussion point today. So I said, you know, well, what's really the basis of the CAB, which is an ARC, you know, and so let's look at what the state says and what the state's code of laws says. And having been to, before I was elected, just observing a number of CAB meetings, and it was interesting that basically what the state prescribes, and I'm going to call that the minimum standard, that what the CAB does is a heck of a lot more than that. And I don't know, I guess the question is, how did we get there? It's probably been over a number of years, but I think that's also a good place to start. And what I'm hearing here is, at the end of the day, what we would like to have is common sense approach to everything.
This body dictates the purview of CAB to a great degree. So you'll have the opportunity to do that.
You know, Brian, it is worth noting, though, over the last 30 years, the way Myrtle Beach looks now is largely due to the CAB, and there's been some markedly improved areas, definable areas. When you leave this part of Myrtle Beach and go here, it just looks different. And it's not always wine and roses to get there. And I'm about a no-reg person as you get, but proof's in the pudding sometimes.
There's a balance.
Well, I mean, we do have some of our municipalities that are around us I just hear this through the grapevine, that they wish they had a CAB. So there, you know, it goes both ways, and I think CAB has really been a good thing for our city and trying to keep things going and what's the word, continuity? That is a word. To keep it, you know, anyway. But you know, there's so many people that have moved here. We've exploded, and our neighborhoods, we've got so many people that are here now, but we haven't grown to meet the needs of our businesses. I don't think that that's necessarily a CAB, how it's gotten here. I think it's been collectively with planning and zoning and everything else. The biggest complaints I hear are that we're easy to say no. We're not as easy to say, well, or ask somebody, well, how can we get here? How can we get to this point? How can we grow these other areas, mostly commercial areas and stuff? And, you know, I just think we all, and I think this is great with how we're working towards that now. It's way overdue, but we'll get there. We've all got to be kind of respectful for what we have in place now and work towards making some changes all the way around.
I would say we are getting there. We are in the process.
Fully agree that the look of Myrtle Beach has been positively influenced by the CAB through the years, but with 10,000 business licenses just inside the city of Myrtle Beach, we need to figure out a way to streamline that process and deal with the nuts and bolts in a much more efficient manner than we've been dealing with them, I think. So. Understood. And speaking of nuts and bolts, the tree ordinance discussion.
I'll just keep standing.
The tree protection ordinance, I would have told you that our tree protection ordinance wouldn't have allowed for the clear cutting that we are seeing in the community.
And I think, let me back up to the conversation we just finished. The element that you will hear the most about from the consultant on March the 3rd is the open space, green space requirements that we need to tweak. And I think, again, staff has been engaged with the consultant to help the consultant understand our pain point. Tree ordinance versus development standards versus the practicality of developing is one of those pain points. And I think you will hear some pleasant recommendations from our consultant on the 3rd that will help us move toward addressing this issue in general and even in specific. So I think just if you can give us another till March the 3rd, we will be able to actually report out to you some suggested recommendations to deal with this.
Speaking for council, I think we've all heard that the clear cutting that's occurring is not acceptable. I would have said that our tree protection ordinance was fairly strong, and obviously it's not strong enough. So we need to figure out a way to strengthen it to address some of those issues. In talking with, it was a nonprofit project yesterday, looking at their site plan for a future building. It's a clear cutting situation. Granted, they're using all of that site, but there is no current tree left on that site under the current proposal.
And I would offer, it's not necessarily just a function of the tree protection ordinance. It's also the requirements for green space and open space in a new plan. Those things have to work in conjunction with each other. If we were to just focus on a tree protection ordinance, then we would have to reevaluate which trees we protect and at what size we protect it. Coming at it from this approach where we are mandating a greater percentage of green space and open space, I think that is an even better way to get to where I think you all want to go. But again, you will hear that from the consultant, and you can provide them the feedback as to whether or not they're on the right path.
I think the question is, does green space and open space translate into space where trees remain?
It can, yes. It can.
Or required
Yeah.
for them to add certain trees from our list in spaces. Yeah, I think we've done such a poor job of those open green spaces.
I mean, I glanced at the site that I was just referencing on Mr. Joe White Avenue, and there were some decent-sized trees. They may not meet the diameter at breast height that is in the current ordinance. If we need to adjust that, figure out a way to do that, and I know that's a piece of what CAB does, is building situation in order to save protected or landmark trees. There may not be a landmark tree on that site, but do we as a community want all the trees on that site to simply go away?
The answer is no. I think we've heard from you, we've heard from the community on what the answer to that question is. But I think, again, the only way we address that is rewriting the code and the rules of law that we operate by, which is what we're in the process of doing.
Which begs the next question. How have all of the trees been removed from a number of sites when we do have a tree protection ordinance?
I'd have to defer to our staff to sort of talk through the technical components of that. If you would like to hear from staff, we can do that.
We can do that at another discussion, I think.
What I would suggest, if that's the will of council, what I would suggest we do is that's how we frame the conversation on the 3rd, or at least this part of the conversation on the 3rd. This is how this came to be. This is what the recommendations would provide in the new code.
My question, which we can answer at a later date, is are we following the tree protection ordinance, or are we allowing something else to prevent us from following the tree protection
We are following
ordinance?
our ordinances.
Let me just say this, that when you talk about the tree protection, also the thing you gotta remember about in tree protection is not necessarily the protected trees. There's a thing called monumental trees.
Correct.
So the other thing I want to ask about with this clear cutting, it seems like it was brought to my attention, our attention some time back about a forestry, and maybe I'm not phrasing this just right, about it may be a state thing that allows just from a forestry thing that just allows
So some of the land that you've seen be developed
to go in there and
along
do this. And so
US 17, whatever everybody calls the bypass, was in forestry. It was being grown for forestry purposes. In other words, those trees were always meant to be cut down. That's not true, though, on some of the interior lots where all the trees have vanished on a 20-acre piece of property. And I haven't read the tree protection ordinance recently, but would have told you that that's not a possibility.
I think there is ag land, though, within the
Oh,
city
there is. No,
limits.
there is, but some of those sites weren't in that property, I don't think. So. But we can talk about that on the 3rd.
I just want to throw that out because I know there was one site that I was asking about, and that was what was given to me that could take place because of that. So I'm just putting that out there. We just need to look at that.
It is a big concern of the greater community that we try to preserve some trees when we do accomplish new development.
I think you all will be pleasantly surprised or satisfied when you hear from the consultant.
Thank you.
Doesn't put the trees back.
Correct.
Well, it's not going to get them back, but, you know, I'm sorry, but that, you can't go back and undo what's been done, but we can work at going forward.
The Coast RTA transfer station update, this relates to the streetscape work that is underway as part of the Arts and Innovation District, particularly on Oak Street there at 10th Avenue North. I'm assuming that will ultimately extend to Mr. Joe. I don't know what the timeline is on that, but the Coast RTA transfer station, which exists currently on 10th Avenue North across from City Hall, needs to move temporarily because you can't access it at this point. Ultimately, it will go to the new fire station site on Grissom Parkway. What's the plan in the interim for the site which now contains the farmer's market?
Staff, Chris Miller and his team are continuously working with Brian Piasek and Coast RTA about figuring out how to navigate that transfer station once we begin this next portion, assuming we begin the next portion of the project, and Mr. 10th is, or Mr. 10th Avenue, not Mr. Joe, 10th Avenue, which runs now between City Hall and the transfer station. That portion of that street needs to be closed down for the infrastructure project and hopefully the eventual streetscaping. We engaged in conversations with Coast RTA at the outset of the A&I project 2.5 years ago and made them aware then that at some point in the future, that transfer station was going to need to be relocated. It's taking them a good amount of time to get their project on Grissom squared away. So we're trying to come up with a temporary solution. Right now, the working solution is we would shift everything over to the other side of their site where they would enter and exit from Mr. Joe. We would create a new, basically driveway, circular driveway that would allow the buses to pull in from Mr. Joe and then exit back onto Mr. Joe. We would basically if you take where Myrtle's Market is now, you flip it 90 degrees where it now backs up to what is 10th Avenue today. I think we can still allow Myrtle's Market to function in the way that it has functioned and still allow bus traffic to come in and out, but we're still working through some of the details and making sure we have enough room and we're not creating a safety issue.
2 quick questions. Can we get a diagram?
We can.
And then what's the length of time that this temporary arrangement would be in place?
There's 2 answers to that question. First answer is until Coast RTA has the new transfer station built or the A&I project is finished, whichever happens later.
If the A&I project were finished sooner, would you then put the transfer station back across from City Hall?
No, we would probably leave that configuration. And we're working on diagrams and traffic flow now.
Okay, questions, council? At the end of the day, I'm not opposed to finding a new home for the farmers market, but that's not on, I don't think we have an option at this point for that.
Well, I think right now we're okay. I think we can manage.
Okay. Right-of-way encroachment discussion, this is, I don't hope not to belabor this today. We've had a moratorium in place on new right-of-way encroachments for a dozen years, 15 years, a long period of time. Where are we on that, and what can we do to address that?
For me? What do you want to know?
We've had a moratorium on right-of-way encroachments for 15 years. It's been a long time.
Well, when the moratorium was implemented, were there conditions to the moratorium that council wanted to see X, Y, and Z?
As I recall,
Inventory?
I haven't
They
looked
wanted
back. Yeah, they
inventory?
wanted an inventory, actually.
Okay,
So,
has that been done?
not to my knowledge.
Okay, I think that's what needs to be done.
And is there energy from council to do that? And, you know, I haven't entertained any discussion.
And I'm willing to have that discussion, so, yes.
That's what I like about this council.
Yeah.
Always ready to talk.
Anybody have an opinion on that?
Well, I mean, if memory serves me right, I mean, I know at one time we talked about, they were really just getting out of hand.
Yes.
And then you had people doing stuff and coming after the fact. And then we still got some who've done some stuff and were told that it had to go away, and it's still there even years after the fact. So, I mean, it's, and I've probably opposed more than I've voted for because of this problem, you know, because you could see the handwriting was on the wall. It's getting out of hand. I mean, and, you know.
I haven't had people come to me shouting and standing on their head wanting encroachments to start with, since we've done that. And I will say this, that I can drive to at least 3 places where encroachments were denied. and they were done anyway.
Yeah.
And
Well,
so.
that raises another question entirely, but okay.
I'm just saying, and then the other thing is, I'll agree with what Mike said. An encroachment's approved, and then the next thing you know, you go up there, well, that's not what we approved, that's far more. So I think what we're doing right now is the better thing, is because now we don't have to deal with it. We don't have to have people say, well, I'm gonna do A, and you go up there and they did A, B, and C. So I think it's worked very well, just as it's been, myself personally.
Leave the encroachment moratorium in place? Can you do a moratorium for ever?
Would you like to have an executive session?
Not at the moment on that subject, no.
Then I'm not prepared to discuss it publicly.
If somebody historically could look back and see where we left that would be nice to know. There's no rush on that. The February 3rd budget workshop agenda, just heads up to council that, bring your ideas, send your ideas to Michelle and Marla for discussion at the February 3rd budget workshop agenda. I've got at least one group coming in to talk about one of their concerns. Shouldn't take long to do that. But otherwise, this is council's chance to say, hey, we need to have this in the budget this year. Can you figure out how to do that? So what sort of projects would you like to see in the budget this coming year?
Very good.
To the extent that you can send them to Marla and Michelle before we get to February 3rd, that would be a help. And then I neglected, Bill's coming back into the room, I neglected to mention when we were talking about the change to the oath of office ceremony, that later this year, not near term, but second half of this year, I expect that City Council will talk about whether or not to go to put before the public the concept of either districts or a mixed system, or to keep the at-large system. But that is a conversation that we intend to have later this year, second half of this year. We've got enough going on right now.
When the mayor gets comfortable in his seat, maybe later in the spring, I think it would benefit the community if we would resume our State of the City presentation. Doesn't have to be 2 hours long like some do, but some forum where you can articulate where we are and where our vision of going is. We had many compliments on that years ago that I'm sure you had an active part in producing. So if you would put that on your plate of full items for consideration, I think that would be a wonderful thing. And no one better to articulate that vision than you.
That's all that's on the actual agenda to talk about. Does anybody have other issues, council?
I would ask that we go into an executive session today to discuss potential litigation concerning the cane patch track.
Is there a second? I'll second it. All those in favor of an executive session discussion at the end of the meeting here to talk about legal action regarding the cane patch tract?
Can we take 5 before we go?
Yes, we can take 5.
Thank
Do
you.
we have a motion? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. We'll do that. Thank you for being here today. We'll go into executive session. There's nothing else left on the agenda, to my knowledge, so we'll do that and see you next time. Hey, check 1, 2, test 1, 2. Okay. Briefly reconvene the meeting, Jennifer, Madam Clerk, to include who is invited into the executive session. Obviously, City Council, City Manager, the Assistant City Managers, the City Attorney's staff, Michelle, our CFO. Did I leave anybody out?
And Meredith.
And Marla.
And Meredith.
And Meredith. And City Attorney's staff counts you, Amy. So just to, for the record, say who is invited into the executive session. Thank you. Now we'll go into executive session.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, do we have a motion to come out of executive session?
So moved.
You pick.
Is there a second? We'll pick Mike.
Who's first?
Debbie and Mike.
Okay.
All those in favor of coming out of executive session, please say aye. Any opposed? City council met in executive session. We took no action. We're ready to adjourn. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say, let's get out of here.
Aye.
Approved. Meeting adjourned.
I assume that's your fault.
I can do it.